Once again, a packed house at Alexandra Palace. First up is Judd Trump against Ali Carter. 85 from Ali Carter to take the opening frame. A great 80 from Judd Trump. It's already a lively match, this. And we're all square. Well, he made 2 centuries in the first round. And he's this black for a third one in this year's Masters. That's how you punish.
Chance for a 3-1 interval lead beckons.
Wow, what a blunder.
Looking to see if there's a chance of cutting the yellow in. Oh, what a pot.
Ali Carter's made the running in the match, but it's Judd Trump who's levelled the match. Good response this, having lost the pre-interval frame. So for the third time, Ali Carter is a frame ahead. It's 3-2. It's true Carter's made the running in this match, he has, but he hasn't broken free yet, Trump. Trump is hanging on. This could be about to go 3-3. No, Rand's not there. Relief for Carter. 129, exactly what he needed after the way he lost the previous frame. 4-3, great stuff.
Oh, that's a poor miss.
Judd Trump hanging on in this match. In goes the black, and it's 4-4.
Tension's definitely taken hold of Ali Carter.
Trump's hanging on, but now Trump's in front. He's won 3 in a row.
Oh, what's he done? What's he done? He's left the red on.
Not there and not over. That's got to be the shot of the match. Carter needs the black for a decider. Unbelievable. Ali Carter has had to sit out the Masters for the last 4 years, but he's back and he's going to be in the semi-finals.
Well, it's 3 down and 1 to go, but who will be the 4th man through to the first Triple Crown semi-finals of the calendar year? And after this afternoon's final frame decider, it was Ali Carter who bettered the reigning champion Judd Trump. More about that shortly. But next this evening, 2 of the toughest players in the game of snooker, Mark Allen and Mark Selby. And ultimately, it is all about one thing, that trophy there, the Paul Hunter Trophy, no less, arguably the nicest looking trophy in all of sport. I'm delighted, as ever, to be joined by these 2 absolute legends. And Alan McManus, first things first, tonight's action will take place on a cloth which, unlike James Warren White, is young and not old.
No, absolutely, yeah. It's day 6, it's evening 6. And as the week has gone on, the standard has just deteriorated slightly. So for what we've got in store tonight, it kind of almost makes it even more of an interesting mix, this match. It's going to be tough all from start to finish.
We can't wait for it. But, Jimmy, this afternoon, what a match that was. Ali Carter, Judd Trump, final frame decider. It basically had everything. And Carter, superb.
No, look, brilliant for Carter's character, you know, to come through a match like that, because it was 2 each at the interval. He should have been 3-1 up. And all of a sudden, like from nowhere, Trump looks like he was going to win. Missed that cut black red to win the tournament. But that was a pink to stay in the match, a dish, a clear up from absolutely nowhere. And at the last frame, you know, he potted some fantastic balls. This blue, he tries to do a deep screw back. Said when he come into the studio, he had the power. But this next shot, you know, was the money shot. This is such a missable. He middled it right in the middle of the pocket, just gets enough on the cue ball to get the right side of the blue. Fantastic break. He deserved to win that because he stayed with Judd Trump. You know, Judd Trump missed a couple, it must be said, but Ali Carter, fantastic match for him to win.
Al, after round 1, you were possibly calling Ali Carter the standout player of the tournament so far. After quarterfinals, what do you say?
He's right there. I mean, given conditions, again, they weren't that easy. But I'm glad that he won today, just being for a neutral perspective. He was the better player today, make no mistake about that. And yeah, Dave Hendon mentioned in commentary that Ali made the running is absolutely right. The correct player won. Not only that, the way that he won it in that decider was the best frame of the week. And that's saying something because he's played brilliantly pretty much for the whole of both matches.
Jimmy, the nature of final frame decider is that any man can win it. Judd Trump could have won it actually at 5-3, could have won it at 5-4. He fought like a banshee. He must be gutted.
Oh no, he'd be really disappointed. He missed quite a few balls. He missed the brown into the middle pocket. that Ali won that frame. He missed 3 or 4 balls that he never misses, and he come across that red to win the match. That's not pressure, he's just not lined up correctly, and he'll be disappointed. In the interview with Rachel, you could see the frustration on his face.
Well, talking about that now, he's tantalised our taste buds perfectly. Let's see that interview right now.
Judd, that was an incredible match. Not at your brilliant best, but once again, you've proven a very tough nut to crack.
Yeah, I didn't play well from the start, so I think Ali played well and deserved to get the win in the end.
You said that you were hoping that you would relax a little bit more in this match. Was that the early stages you just didn't feel relaxed?
I felt okay, to be fair. I didn't feel nervous or anything today. It just didn't quite happen. I struggled a little bit with the table. It was quite heavy, and even so, I managed to get myself in a good position to win and just missed not an easy red, but a red you should probably get to win.
You've been a brilliant champion. Sorry it's not happened for you today, and back on the horse Grand Prix on Monday.
Yeah, another tournament next week, so hopefully I can improve and do well in that one.
Thank you for your time.
Cheers.
A clearly gutted Judd Trump there, although he'll be back. Well, that match, and indeed the result, means that we're now just one man away from completing the business end of the draw. It will be the mastery of O'Sullivan versus the showmanship of Murphy, and then the fiery focus of Carter versus, well, we're about to find out. Because in this glorious beacon in North London, Alexandra Palace, it never lets down with its architecture or its atmosphere. The world number 3 plays the world number 5, Mark Allen and Mark Selby.
Mark Selby looks like a man on a mission. 3 times a champion.
Well done, Mark.
Great effort this from Allen in the end. It's Mark Allen into the quarterfinals.
6 years and a win. Hey. Delighted.
Yeah, relief more than anything. It wasn't the prettiest of matches, but the important thing is when it got that chance in the last frame, I took it. So yeah, it wasn't the best match, but I don't care.
I want to ask you about your team. Where are you at, and who's in your corner? What are we looking at?
Well, I did have a session with Steve Feeney in Sight Right, and I had a session with Lee Walker out in China, who obviously works with Mark Williams and Jack Lazowski. But I feel like I've just took pieces of both and trying to implement them myself. I feel like Lee and Steve both couldn't give me what I wanted long term, and like how often I would like to see them. So I think I might just delve in and out, but just doing more work with Paul. I have good people with me at every tournament. My partner Sarah's here, 2 good friends that come to every tournament, Robbie and Andy. So I feel like I've got a really good team around me and I'm really settled. But ultimately it's about getting out there and trying to win snooker matches. No, they can't help you when you're out there.
What player kind of stands out and think, I want to be him? Obviously Judd has won 3 tournaments this season. Who do you look at and think, I want that?
It's easy to say Ronnie, given his longevity and he's number 1 in the world, but I think Judd probably is the one that I would like to be competing against more often. Ronnie's a freak of nature, and given what he's doing at his age, but sooner or later that's going to come to an end and you're going to leave the likes of Judd and Luca and Kyron, people like that, and that's the ones I want to be dominating against. I have a good record against Judd and I want to continue that going, and I appreciate what he's done, and he's like a prolific winner. I believe I can be that person as well, and that's not like a jealousy thing against Judd because he deserves everything he's got, but I genuinely believe my best game's as good as any of theirs.
And next up, Mark, you've got Mark Selby. You last played each other in Sheffield, and that was quite a gruelling affair.
It was a tough match to be involved in. We're both ultimate competitors, really, so it wasn't pretty at times. There was some good stuff played, but it wasn't pretty at times, and it was a late one, and Mark got the better of it. So it'd be nice to, not sort of revenge, but it'd be nice to beat Mark in a big event. It's been a while. And
with Selby, obviously, we talk about him being granite and his toughness. You've got a lot of that now in recent years yourself.
Yeah, and I think Mark gets a lot of bad press for it. But ultimately, he's one of the best scorers the game's ever seen. He makes 147s, and he makes the game look really easy. But I think what people don't understand is that he's found more than one way to win. I think that's what I've done better in recent years. I don't believe I have to be at my very best to win tournaments now, which is something I maybe didn't believe in years gone by.
That was a brilliant chat there. And now Rachel addressed the elephant in the room straight away. That curious record he had here, that he hadn't won a match at the Masters since his last title win in 2018, and it was an important win against John Higgins.
Very important, just to again solidify the way he's changed his game the last couple of years, to give him that belief in that he's doing the correct things. And he clearly is, because the way he played in the decider against John, one took one look was all it took in the end, and it was a brilliant way to finish off the match. But nice and forceful here into the pack. Fully expecting to be on one. He took his time, and myself and Jim had a good chat about this red, actually, that he eventually knocks in here, and he just wriggled in, but when it went in and he was well set to win the frame, you knew the writing was on the wall. John Higgins in the other chair would have known the exact same thing. That was match ball, and he'll be delighted the way that he finished it off in the end.
Well, toughness, I think, is what both men personify there. Rachel touched on the idea that he, even if he doesn't think of it necessarily himself, he's a very tough man, Jim. I just wonder, we've seen him come back against other people on numerous occasions. Do you think that's kind of what lights a fire underneath him? Does he almost thrive in pressure?
Yeah, I think, you know, he's got that side of the game sorted out. You know, he can be tactical, he can score heavily. But the greatest thing he's got in his corner, OK, he's won the Masters, he's won the UK, hasn't won the Worlds yet. But what he's got, he believes he's the best player in the world. He believes his A game beats anybody else, which you have to do. So he fancies winning any match he plays in and winning any tournament he enters.
What Mark Allen for you will turn up tonight?
Interesting, good question as well, Rads. I think this is obviously a similar contest that he's facing, the Mark Selby tonight, than he had against John. I don't think he was all that brilliant against John. He was actually what he has been for the last couple of years. He was pretty solid, tough to break down, and never say die attitude, which is serving him well. Whether or not he can get the shackles off enough to put in a sparkling performance tonight, I'm not so sure. I mean, we'll get to Mark Selby, but I hope Mark plays well. I think he will play well. Whether he plays brilliantly, I've got my doubts.
I almost wonder if he's somewhat of a sleeping giant, generally, Mark Allen. He's always dangerous in every tournament he plays in. He's number 3 in the world. How do you assess his season so far?
Well, bits and pieces. In the Champion of Champions, he played fantastic stuff. He beat Trump, the man in form, by quite convincingly. You know, he has all that. Everything that he needs to be a winner, he has. But playing against Mark Selby, unfortunately for us, both of the players like to get in there, score. But if it becomes tactical, you've got Mark Selby and Mark Allen. We could be in for a real late one. So for them, no, they want to get on with it and score. But I think if any scrappy games occur, it could be a long time.
Well, we're licking our chops for that one, and we won't have to wait long for it, by the way. We've spoken to Mark Allen. Now Rachel caught up with the world number 5, Mark Selby.
Mark, still in with a chance of becoming Masters champion once again. Just how much did you love the experience once more?
Yeah, it was great. You know, it's always great going out there, but I felt like I played okay, you know, from start to finish. I missed 1 or 2, and Rob didn't really capitalise on the chances that he had, but overall I was happy with the way I played.
And moving on, you play Mark Allen. Of course, you guys met in that real tough match, wasn't it? Gruelling affair at the Crucible.
Oh yeah, horrible game for both of us, you know. I mean, there was so much riding on it, and I think it just sort of both brought each other down towards the end, so it was a tough match, but hopefully we don't play like that out here at the Masters for sure.
Well, you've always had that in your locker, haven't you? But Mark as well, you know, he's ready to match it, whatever you bring, whatever he brings.
Yeah, every time I watch Mark play, I sort of think he's very similar to me. Even if he's not playing well, he can win. When he is playing well, he scores as well as anyone, and his backup game is always really good as well, so he's always tough to beat no matter what game he's playing.
A lot of words get used to describe all sorts of snooker players, all players, and sometimes it's granite with yourself. How do you feel about, you know, this granite kind of tag when you can do so much?
Yeah, I mean, I'd just take it with a pinch of salt, you know. I mean, you could take it 2 ways. You could see it as a negative, or you could see it as a positive, where people think, like, you know, you never give in and you make it hard for your opponent, and if they're playing you, they know they're in a tough match and they've got to obviously play well to beat you, because you're never going to give in.
Do you feel like you make it hard on yourself sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I sort of, I'm my own worst enemy for sort of overthinking sometimes, where if I just try and play a little bit more natural, I wouldn't say natural, because obviously I'm not really a naturally gifted player, but just try and play a bit more on instinct, I feel as though more times than not I seem to play better, but I don't always do that. Sometimes I'll stop myself from playing.
Well, Jimmy White alluded to the fact that this match could go long. Well, they've played each other 16 times historically, and it's 8 apiece, so a very tough one statistically to call. But 7 of those, curiously, have gone to a final frame decider. So with that said, Jim, does that make you feel more confident that it's going to be a late one? Yeah. We're going to be here for a little while.
I don't mind, obviously, 6-5 either way. I'm a neutral, but, they would like to get on with it, get in, pot the long ball, and win the frame in one visit. I think if either of them players is going to go on to win the competition, they've got up their scoring ability. But, Mark Selby against Rob Wilkins, he looked, in a good place when he was in the balls. He was scoring heavily. OK, Rob Wilkins didn't really do much, but, his long game's back. He's right in the centre of the pocket. And a couple of years ago, he lost to Barry Hawkins, and he sort of declared that he was having problems off the table. And it took an unbelievable... now he's back. He won a tournament since. And now he played... it's another great shot here, sorry. Then he played... it took a great Ronnie O'Sullivan to stop him winning the World Championships. And then this year, Luca Vassell has played unbelievable snooker to stop him being world champion this year. So no one's seeing that coming. No one see that coming. I didn't think Luca would beat him over 2 days. So I think he's back. He's solid. He's not taking too long on his long shots. He fancies getting them. So I think it's only a matter of time before he wins another Triple Crown.
I don't use the word lightly, Al, but there was an element of domination in that performance of Mark Selby in round one.
That's exactly what it was, and my hunch tonight is that he's going to play brilliantly, Mark Selby, and I'll tell you why. We know he's smart on the table. I think it was a brilliant move to play Championship League snooker last week. He played 8 matches. Yes, he won his group, but that's not the important thing. The important thing, he played competitive snooker for a few days against brilliant players, and it's gotten him in stroke. Incidentally, one other player played in the Championship League last week. He played 7 matches, a certain Ali Carter. So that kind of tells you that it's a smart move to make. I always believe that coming into the Masters. You play a couple of early groups in the Championship League, it sets you up for this nicely. I think he's playing brilliantly, and I think he's playing... not marginally, I think he's playing way better than Mark Allen is. Whether that happens remains to be seen, but my hunch is that he's back to something like his best.
Jim, we saw him in the studio afterwards, and he was speaking with confidence. Now, he spoke at the UKs and said, I'm practising well. Caveat, that doesn't necessarily mean you'll see it on the match table, but with what we've seen so far, it is working.
What the problems he had, Mark Selby, he was questioning his shot selection, and that's why he was taking so long over his shot. In the interview when he come in the studio with us, he said he fancies potting them long balls. Now, if Mark Selby starts knocking in them long balls, he's going to be more or less impossible to beat because he scores heavy and he's safety good.
Yeah,
Sorry, that was the thing that was letting him down before, but that's back.
Sorry, Jim, the other thing about Mark Selby, he's obviously facing a tough cookie tonight, but the other thing about that is it's just the way he likes it. He likes it tough and
hard as nails.
Yeah, he'll be right up for it. Mark Allen will be as well, but I think Mark Selby's playing awesome.
Just interesting seeing the shots backstage there, because say in the Crucible you've got an entire corridor that you can walk down. Ronnie O'Sullivan traditionally walks away from the other guys. There's nowhere to go in that tiny little cupboard almost that they're in.
But they're not speaking to each other.
Right,
they
exactly.
know that there's absolutely no value in making your opponent feel relaxed, Like, it's all nonsense when someone talks to someone anyway.
Is there a set, with a lot of sports in boxing, you almost get yourself angry to imagine what you're going to do to them. Snooker is a cerebral sport, so it's calm and it's gentlemanly, but there's still that element to it, Al.
There's an element to it bubbling under there, but you have to keep it all inside. Because you've got to breathe on the shot, and normally you'll have butterflies waiting to go out there because you know that you're going to get that crescendo of noise that's going to greet you, and that's going to take you up a couple of notches. You've got to think about your break-off shot, your first safety shot. Just play a good one, settle in, and settle into the game that you know you've got out there.
Jim, how important will safety be in this match?
There could be a lot of it if there's, some scrappy games. But these are 2 of the best safety players on the planet. So you're going to see a lot of fantastic safety play, tactical stuff. But they want to get on with it. They want to get in and score. See, if 2 players who are great safety players, and the game goes scrappy, then all of a sudden they start refusing long balls because their sort of cue action is in line for safety shots. But I expect it to be a corker.
One of the biggest questions is which Mark Allen and which Mark Selby will turn up? Well, it's time to find out as we hand to our MC, Rob the Talker Walker.
Please welcome the 3-time champion who won on his debut 16 years ago. This is his 11th Masters quarter-final, winner of 22 ranking crowns so far. Brilliant to see him loving his sport once again. Here comes the jester from Leicester, Mark Selby. a night, and what an opponent. Back in the quarters for a ninth time after beating one of the all-time greats, John Higgins, in a decider. Winner of 2 titles already this season. And of course, champion here in 18. The pride of Northern Ireland, Mark the Pistol Allen.
Get yourselves comfortable. We could be in for a long and fascinating night, but we cannot wait for it to get unfolding. So without further ado, let's hand to our commentary team for the evening of Neal Foulds and Phil Studd.
Once again, this Ali Pali crowd with an almighty din whipped up. 2 players who know what it takes to win this iconic trophy. Mark Allen, champion in 2018. Mark Selby, 3 times the lifter of the Port Hunter Trophy. Who is going to prevail this evening in this tightest of rivalries? Their 17th meeting. They cannot be split. 8 wins apiece. Let battle commence.
Thank you. The first frame, Mark Allen to break.
Mark Allen to get us underway. The prize for the winner, a showdown with Ali Carter tomorrow night for a place in the final. Included in that 16-match rivalry, 8 matches over this best-of-11 frame distance, and 7 of them, Neal, have gone all the way.
Yes, which doesn't surprise me at all. Of course, the match we remember most was that World Championship semi-final, which finished, well, into the morning of the final when Mark Selby eventually beat Mark Allen. A grueling encounter. And I expect tonight to be something similar. Hard match play. That first shot from Selby was hit much too much on the thick side of the potting angle, as you can see. Usually if you're going to see the miss, it'll be on the other side, which will send the cue ball down the table.
It was an epic battle at the Crucible, and a real seesaw affair as well. Mark Allen held sway in the early stages. He led 6-3, then found himself 16-10 behind on the cusp of defeat, and did a Mark Selby really, battled his way back to within a frame. 16-15, Selby eventually got over the line well after midnight. Both players with an average shot time in that match of over 30 seconds. So it was grueling. Interesting to hear Selby say to Rachel ahead of this match that he feels as though there are quite a few similarities between them, and I think that's true actually. Allen, as we know, has somewhat remodelled his game in the last couple of years, with great success, it must be said. Prepared to play the percentages a bit more often than he used to, when he was often flying around the table, could blow hot and cold. But you can't argue with the success he's had in recent times. 3 titles last season, including the UK Championship, and of course he came from 5 behind against Ding to win that one. So perhaps a more formidable all-round opponent these days than he's ever been.
Well, he's definitely more measured in his approach. I mean, there's no question of that. He slowed his game down a bit, but maybe at times a little too far, but the balance seems to be right at the moment. And one is the champion of champions in the shootout, which were 2 very different events, but he did pick them both up. There's, you know, you can't argue with that. And he is one of the form players of the season. Never mind what he achieved last season.
Yes, and the way he played in the Champion of Champions, as Jimmy alluded to, was remarkable, really.
20.
4 matches, all, of course, against tournament winners, including Jimmy himself, Ali Carter, who he could play tomorrow night, John Higgins, and then Trump in the final. He only lost 8 frames in those 4 matches, so he was back to his brilliant best.
Just come awkward there, though. He can screw it away from the other red through the gap for the pink. Where he's always been very good is at shots like that. Very close quarters, close to the ball, staying in prime position. That's always been his way of playing, and he doesn't always use the cushions. I suppose takes one imponderable out of the equation if you can do that. You hear people complaining about bad bounces of cushions and stuff. Not so much at the moment or these days. If you don't use them, well, that's one less thing to worry about. Obviously, sometimes he has to.
27.
He is good in the middle of the table.
$28.
Well, he took 1 or 2 extra seconds on that black, but pushed it to the near jaw. So there's a reprieve for Mark Selby. Just 28 the lead for Allen.
I can't really find an obvious reason why that stayed out or why he missed it. He was playing the cannon. It's pretty regulation stuff for these top players, quite honestly. And he walked away.
1.
Didn't give any emotion away, but it would be a very disappointing end to that break.
Mark Selby brushed aside the challenge of Rob Milkins in his first match. Had an outstanding record initially at the Masters. Won it on debut, of course, 2008. In his first 7 years here, he made 5 finals, winning 3 of them, but since 2014, nothing better than this quarter-final stage. So hungry, I'm sure, to put that right this evening.
Yeah, I mean, the shot he played was in hope, I think, just to go into the side of what was left of the bunch. They were not that tightly grouped. Safety zone here. This is where I think Selby always is very good at, obviously, disappointment of not getting an even break from the shot before, but he puts a lot of effort into all of his safety attempts. There's no point in just taking shots lightly. You never know if you could just eke out a little bit of an edge by playing the right shots all the time.
Mark Allen showed his trademark mettle in winning that seesaw match with John Higgins. Fantastic pressure red to launch the match-winning break in the decider after he trailed 3-1, led 5-3. So often he delivers when the pressure is at its greatest, and of course the same could be said of the man he's playing this evening. And that's why pretty much everyone is predicting that this will go tight and potentially very long.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could be of a very high standard. It might run along nicely, but that these two are both players that you now have to scrape off the table if plan A doesn't work. And that was the World Championship match, really. High quality, although I do think that Luca Brazil, I think, is a worthy world champion, but didn't diminish his chances in the final that Selby had that tough game with Allen the evening before. Plant to the middle pocket, just offset. That's it, just straightened up slightly.
Allen was the player of last season with those 3 big titles, and just his second ever Crucible semi-final. But this season in the ranking events, more modest. Oh, he's missed the yellow.
Well, that's a poor start for Mark Allen. He's missed 2 shots that he would hardly ever miss, quite honestly. Black and now that yellow. And he did make the point, and I agree with you, that he stood over both shots for longer than perhaps he would normally. Took a long time on them. I'm not talking about average shot times, because a lot of that is your build up to every shot, but standing over the shot, he was a long time just waiting for the shot to actually be executed.
Eight.
Mark Selby will be picking up the early signs of some possible nerves in his opponent with those 2 unexpected misses, and would love to take full advantage by punishing with something substantial here, possibly frame winning. These are the frames, as we know, that hurt that bit more when you've had the chance yourself and given it back to your opponent, and then have to spend the rest of the frame watching in your chair, getting ever more agitated.
$11. $12.
Oh, I'm not sure whether he kind of walked away from the shot quickly there. He can't be happy with quite where he's finished. I don't know if you expected to get a small cannon on a red. This is not the angle on the black he was looking for. And that's the reason he's not on a red now.
9.
He's got one above the black, which is a thin shot to nothing, but that's not anything like he was hoping for. That is a very good recovery shot. He's not going to colour very easily. He's a bit unfortunate. He was just dropped into sort of no man's land, really, in the middle of the table from this. He's got shots, but none of them are easy. Pretty positive shot to play. I think he first looked at yellow or green and he was more likely to play those, but that was a nice shot. Giving him a choice of 2 reds. It would be an early blow, I think, if he could win this frame from the 2 chances that Allen has not taken. Clearly got work to do, however, because only a handful of points in front.
33.
Many cherished Masters memories for Mark Selby, not least his first, because it was his first professional tournament before he won his first ranking event when he beat Stephen Lee back in 2008.
Search for.
Well, this is where the difficult shots probably come. Red by the pick. I'm not sure if it goes without being moved. And the other one, of course, he has to move. I think it goes from up there. I don't think he played the cannon there. I think what he played was quite a nice shot. First, you might have assumed he tried to flick the left red out, but from up here, the red will go past the pink. Oh no, I beg your pardon, he didn't. So take it all back. He did play the cannon. It's a mile out.
Mark Selby, 41.
He missed it by a long way, and I expected that that was why he finished on that. When you saw it from the lower angle, that was evident the red didn't pot, so a nervy shot playing that cannon then. I gave him the benefit of the doubt there. I think we can expect a match with a lot of this. Very tactical play on the sort of end game of frames.
So 20 Selby's advantage, still 43 on the table.
That was a good shot though, wasn't it? Right there, you see, that last shot. And this is, again, just underlines where he's strong, because he's covered the only red that is in open play. There's a handy 20-point lead that Selby has, but not necessarily short of winning the frame, although with the black safe. I mean, the obvious safety shot here will be to push the top red onto the black. But I don't think he'll do that. He doesn't want the black in play. He very rarely plays the wrong shot. If he does do it, play onto the black, it'll be gently, I think. They are leaving it where it is.
Mentioned that Alan's ranking event season has been relatively modest, or at least it was until he won the shootout. He actually needed those points to get into the top 32 on the one-year list, and therefore next week's World Grand Prix. That's a big mistake, though. Full ball cannon on the pink. So a number of errors in this opening frame from Mark Allen. Of course, Selby is going to need both remaining reds to win the frame.
A very long bridge there, as you can see from where his hand is and where the ball is. Yeah, it wasn't easy, was it? It's a very edgy start between these two. A lot was made of Selby's win against Milkins. Everyone thought, well, this is the gold standard, he's going to be playing brilliantly, but Rob Milkins didn't do himself a lot of credit. He didn't play well. Not like he can in that match, it's safe to say. I think he'd be the first to admit that. So what that form meant, I'm not certain, as far as how Selby is playing.
One.
Well, if he can land right in behind yellow, he can make this quite a difficult snooker with the black there as well. We saw Ali Carter rolling up to the black earlier at the black end of the table. It was about this distance away and he finished way short and snookered himself, of course. So, you have to get as tight as possible without finishing short on these. I think it was worth doing. Sometimes players don't want to play the snooker behind the colour now when it is an easy one to hit, but I don't think this is easy. Certainly to hit it and keep it safe. That red is a uncomfortable distance away from the cushion as far as Selby is concerned. Well, that was a mile away. It was difficult, and it's a free ball. Whether that
Free ball.
is of any interest to him, I can't think, but back it goes. Very surprised how far he missed it by. He's very accomplished at getting out of snookers.
Desislava Bozhilova, just making sure the cue ball is exactly as it was. So Selby with his second try.
Yes, because he'd like to go two cushions, but he can't with the black there, so it's one. It's a straight one here. Oh, yes, there's good news and bad news there, isn't there? Because you can be certainly being snookered again. This is an absolute cast iron snooker. Could have done with getting right in behind it there, I think. That could have played that better. I know it's a snooker, goodness. I'm not saying it's easy. Just cutting away even the left-hand cushion, perhaps. Taking that out of the mix. I think 3 cushions this time. Left, top, right.
Foul. Anonymous.
It'll go back.
Mark on 4.
First frame of a possible 11, tense, tight, little nervy, perhaps setting the tone for the evening.
I think that's where Selby's very good, because if he was to miss the first snooker, he learns seemingly a lot from it. He could have hit more of the red, I suppose, and left the red on, but he'd be pleased not to have done so. Well, there was a big target area there to get to something behind any one of the bolt colours. Looking at the top side of this red to push the red this end and keep the cable at in the bulk end, which he's achieved. But he needs cover, which he hasn't got. Half a chance, I think. He has missed one already to the right corner of red that he might have got, which he overcut.
He's just run on a little.
Yeah, I think run on far enough perhaps to make this not so bad to middle to get onto the yellow, but I think initially it was looking to play on the ball to the corner pocket, not the middle. That's a nice shot though. That is a good shot, and with a 15-point lead, yellow, green and brown were doing very nicely, thank you very much.
Shades of Judd Trump about that one, who of course earlier missed match ball in losing 6-5 to Ali Carter and acknowledged afterwards the better player had won. Carter to play the winner tomorrow in the semis.
Six.
So 17 the lead, just green and brown for Selby to get off the mark first.
Nine.
Mark Allen will look back on a couple of missed pots in this frame. The black off its spot early when he was in, and then the yellow into the right centre. And then left that long red for Selby.
18.
And the 3 times champion has done the rest.
Four.
27-minute frame. Well, that wasn't bad cueing, was it? Nice way to polish off the colours. Mark Selby off the mark then here at Alexandra Palace. What a battle we could be in for this evening. But it's Selby who leads Mark Allen 1-0. He really covets these Triple Crown titles, added the UK Championship last season to his CV. He'd love to become a multiple Masters champion. Selby, of course, has long since achieved that. And for Selby, looking to become just the 3rd player in the history of this event to win it on 4 occasions. Only Ronnie O'Sullivan and Stephen Hendry have won more than him.
That's terrific. Terrific pot. And I think, you know, if he's going to win this match tonight, those are the kind of shots he's going to have to pot. That he's got to get himself in with opportunities of his own rather than be gifted anything, because Selby invariably doesn't do that. That was an excellent red to play on, because that's just obscuring the black when it's potted. So now the black will be completely out in the freedom.
Mark Allen has proved repeatedly during this purple patch of success he's enjoyed in the last couple of seasons that his temperament is rock solid. 6-1 down to Ding in that UK final. Only lost 1 more frame. in winning 10-7, and then he was 4-1 down to Zhou Yulong when he was looking to retain his Northern Ireland Open. Didn't lose another frame.
11.
So not phased by falling behind. And of course, he came from 16-10 down against the man he's playing tonight at the Crucible and got himself back to within 1 frame. So he is tremendously resilient these days. 3-1 behind to John Higgins
12.
in the previous round. And as he said himself ahead of this match, he can now win when he's not playing at his best, and it's such an attribute. We know that Selby's been doing that most of his career. It's one thing to lift the trophies when you're flying, it's another to have the skills to dig in when required and prevail when you are struggling.
Oh, she's got to get the balls in line here, Desislava, and I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. Maybe. Otherwise, it'll have to go below the bunch. I think we'll have to come out of there now. Not be touching the ball. Yeah, well, okay. Just about in line. That's good. And this is the perfect angle on the blue to screw into that top red and try and get everything in the open. And if he hits it right, I'm sure that'll happen. If he hits it incorrectly, the ball will just, cue will just slide off either one side or the other. Very good. Goodness me, he's really unlucky there. He's really unlucky.
24.
He's got a red, but he's right over the other ball, and I don't think he could have played it much better. Look at the cue ball. It stayed in the centre table. It didn't hit a cushion, which means the bunch have all been hit squarely. And look at that outcome.
I got 24.
Well, obviously he didn't want to play a safety shot, but he has made it quite a good one. But of course, against this man Selby, he's usually got the answers. He's got to find a route back up the table from here, and he hasn't got the answers. But he has got a bit of luck on his side, because it was a big misjudgment, and he's got away with it. Well, he did knock in a good long red start of this frame, Alan, which he didn't somewhat unluckily capitalise on. Got another chance to do so here, but of course these are not easy. He deserves to be getting on more balls than he is. I mean, Selby made a mistake and got out of trouble from a safety battle that Alan won. At the moment, Alan's got 25 points to show for a pretty good frame he's played. This, of course, is missable.
And again, he's undercut it, but it was tough. He was unlucky, wasn't he, earlier in the frame when he didn't land on something, when he hit the reds very nicely. Sometimes you need that bit of fortune to go with the skill. He hasn't had it so far. He's left Mark Selby with a pretty presentable opportunity. It's 25 behind.
Yeah, I mean, I should think Mark Allen is wondering quite how he's let Selby have this chance, because, as I say, he's kind of played a good half a frame until he had that difficult black. And now Selby's got the best chance of the lot. It kind of landed almost on a plate for him. But he's still got to take it, of course.
Six. Seven. Yeah.
Well, he's played a, looks to be a very thin contact, sort of miniature version of that 85 final. Steve Davis Black, there was mentions that Judd had one earlier. It's kind of more like this on a slightly wider scale. It clearly was more difficult than this, because you're never going to miss this. It's that kind of look about it, you know. It's
15.
I don't think I've ever seen this shot completely set up again, actually, in a match. But I suppose it will always crop up now and then. Well, this is a real stretch, isn't it? A tall man, Selby, but he can't reach this without some help. Well, that was one that might have kept Mark Allen interested in his chair. It's only just went in.
17.
And I think a lot's been made of the fact that these tables are now, well, they've been using these, what are we up to, day 6. Cloth has not been changed. And they can get a little bit tighter, the tables. It'll be redone overnight for the semis and the final. And they'll possibly play a tiny bit easier then.
18.
The left-hand red, the one to the right of the pink, of that little group of 4, is the one he'd like to play on, I think.
23. $24. 29.
Selby into the lead. Still plenty to do to turn this into a frame-winning visit to the table.
30.
Queuing pretty well though, 94% pot success in the early stages. Very much a return to form for him last season, of course, with a couple of ranking titles as well as his World Championship final appearance.
$37.
They can always be missed, though, so they look easy. You see that camera angle behind, which kind of almost foreshortens the distance between the balls. But I didn't think he would miss it, I have to say. He was right behind there. The extra bit of force you have to put in, and his cue action slightly let him down there. Moment in the match that it's early, but you know, if he dispatches that chance and gets 2-0, the frustrations for Alan start to build. Now he could still win the frame. And if he did, he could just draw a blank under these first couple of frames. I think we might get a lot of this tonight, you know, matches, frames that are a bit like this that end up the second half being quite significant in them.
Very well engineered. He thought about it.
Well, I sort of looked at it. I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he was ever going to play that. It was a brilliant shot. Because it's a plant in off, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot got to go right here. It was lined up, but, you know, even then, the good thing about it also is push that red over the pocket. I suppose if the shot's on, it's on, but you've got to take a risk playing it. It'd be hard to even set that shot up, never mind actually play it.
Clearly still some life in this frame with one of the remaining reds awkwardly placed, for now at least.
It's a big shot, isn't it, here? But I don't think... can he get past the pink here? Because what he'd love to do is play the cannon now on the red, possibly end up, if he didn't get on it, taking on the other red, which is near the pocket. But seems to me the pink's close to being in the way or halfway in the direct line. Not another ball he's missed. And the worst possible outcome is that he knocked the other red out. Can you believe that? To knock the other red out was the worst thing that could have happened. It's even worse than missing the pot.
What a chance for Selby to double his lead.
One.
Nothing safe.
6.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's no reason whatsoever why you shouldn't win the frame here. Be 10 points in front when this red's potted. Whatever colour he takes, he won't need an awful lot
7.
more after that. When the brown is put back on its spot, the black is not going to be in its way, which is important. Certainly not to the left corner, especially with the green to brown, meaning the brown's always going to be potted into that pocket. Play a great shot there.
11.
I don't think he wanted to be straight on this yellow. Recovered well.
13.
Mark Allen must be already a bit frustrated. How on earth has he lost these 2 frames? He's made a few mistakes, hasn't he?
And having executed
16.
that excellent plant, it was looking good for him. He was always going to have to try and negotiate the awkward red on the left side cushion, but didn't get close to doing that. And in the process, having missed, he inadvertently brought it out for Selby, and predictably Selby's done the rest. So great start for the 3 times champion. 2 very close
25.
frames. The tight ones often make the difference between victory and defeat at the end of a match like this, and Selby has won both so far. Doesn't worry about the black, he doesn't need to. Mark Selby off to the perfect start. Mark Allen with things to think about. 1 or 2 errors from him have proved costly, and Selby moves into a 2-frame advantage.
The 3rd frame. Mark Allen to rook.
Mark Allen playing catch-up in the early stages. 2-0 behind. 6 is the target. Ali Carter will play the winner tomorrow night. Carter made the point in our Eurosport studio earlier. He'd be quite happy to see these 2 scrap it out to the small hours. Well, that is definitely a possibility, but the way Selby started, he might have designs on something a little quicker than that.
I think the green and brown fairly close together. It's always a lure to try and get a safety shot into that area behind there. The brown just away from its spot. I don't know if he's got anything that he can do here, because actually a lot of the reds are covered and a very thin edge on the left side is probably all he could achieve, or a containing shot where he puts the cue ball down on the cushion this end of the table. So yeah, dump shot as we call it. The thing about the dump shot is if you do get a very good safety player playing the next shot, very often they can put you in the same, if not more trouble than you were in on the previous go. Don't know if you can get across to the right from those 2 reds up the table here. Very hard to beat Mark Selby in a tactical exchange, especially in a best of 11 match. He's tried that shot. He has tried it. That's good. But I suspect Selby will have the answers again. Again, those two balls, the target balls, they're the green and brown. Very thoughtful player, though, Selby, and he gives every shot his 100% attention. Whether it be a pot or a tactical safety escape. So what do you do here? Just try and get the cue ball at the other end. Is what I'm saying. He's playing good safety shots, but they're not really troubling Selby. Now he's going to come off the left side of this red, up beyond the yellow. At this time, can he get anything out of this exchange?
Well, that is a mistake from Selby, catching the middle pocket jaw. So Mark Allen has won that little tactical battle. He's left this red, I think. So he's created this chance for himself.
Well, he has. It was a surprising shot because the side he had on at the cue ball was the reason he hit the middle pocket bump, actually. Had he been playing it plain ball, he might not have done so.
Bit of a stretch, as you can see, so he might need the extension on his cue here. Just looking to establish himself this evening. But as mentioned, he's produced some very impressive comebacks during his run of great success over the last 12, 18 months or so. So a 2-0 deficit isn't going to scare him, but of course he is mindful that he's playing Mark Selby. Not great positionally.
Well, he might want to play this black, but I mean, the reward should be there if it goes in. I think playing Selby, you have to take these sort of shots on and just get them. Because if you stay on the safety shots, then you're going to get very little out of Selby. Tough one, this. Deserves to be on a red because he was unlucky in the previous frame when he went into the bunch. That's much better. That's very good.
8.
Mark Allen's best shot of the evening for sure, because had he missed it, look what he was leaving. And he's never lacked for bottle, that's for sure. Showed that at the end against
9.
Higgins, that superb 80-plus break launched by a very tough red into the right centre, which also carried a lot of jeopardy had he missed it. Is that going to be the catalyst for him to really get going this evening?
$16. 17. 24. 25.
On reds and blacks earlier on this break, he really may have in the back of his mind be thinking that he could like to keep putting reds and blacks, but what he really wants to do is win a frame after 2 disappointments in frames 1 and 2. But the red to the middle, it's a pretty obvious way of staying on the black.
32.
Natural angle, easiest colour to play on really, and the other red as well to the corner. Choice.
Mark Allen was among the first to congratulate his friend and rival Sean Murphy on his extraordinary maximum at the shootout.
That's not bad. He's, again, on the red he was going to play, he's still on to stay on blacks.
40. 41.
I think there comes the point where obviously you have to win the frame. I mean, it's the biggest cliche ever to say, well, the frame is always priority. When you do get to the point where you've taken 7 or 8 reds and blacks, there's always the chance you can continue along those lines. We've had one this week already, as we know. Ding Junhui making his second in Masters history of the 4 that have ever been made. I always think reds to middle like this, they're the safest bet
48.
to stay on the black. So much easier if you're on a red to middle than sometimes to the corner. You have to get high on the angle to go down with the black every time if you do.
49.
Got the worst chance. But a lot of precision will have to continue in the positional side of things.
And all the time mindful that winning the frame is the first priority, given that Mark Selby's won the first 2 of this match.
56.
And that if he did make a mistake, they would all be there for Selby to punish.
Yeah, as I say, though, I think it's just
57.
easier at the moment to stay on the black than make a conscious effort to go for something else. Reds to middle again. That's what I'm saying. That's the way to ensure that you'll always play on the black. There's a chance of that. So many of these shots he's playing. And he is one for keeping it very simple on the positional side of things, as I was saying earlier.
64. 65.
This break launched by a fantastic black under pressure. Very thin cut back to the opposite corner.
Yes, once again, he's okay here. And
72.
now he's going to try for the 147, isn't he, when this red's potted? Why wouldn't he? Can't think of a reason. Because the frame is secure now. There's all systems go from here.
The first mission accomplished. The crowd know what's building here. They've already been treated to the perfect break by Ding this week. His second and only the fourth in Masters history. Rarities indeed in the glorious 50-year history of this event.
80.
Well, he's gone across the table, and I don't see how he can keep this going now. It's funny because he wanted to make sure he screwed up a long way. If he'd have been a little shorter in pace, he'd have been on the red above the pink, but it would have been quite nice had he gone even further over, because the two reds on the left were going to be the problem. What does he do now? Is the question. Same referee, Desislava Bozhilova, as the one earlier in the week. Oh, this is incredibly difficult. Cue ball coming around the angles for the black. That is a fantastic shot. Can't tell you how easy he made what is a difficult shot as that look. That was brilliant.
What a recovery. Mark Selby made his own maximum history, of course, at the Crucible in the final, the first ever in the title match in Sheffield.
96.
He'll be rooting for Alan right now with the frame gone, but he's going to need another good pot. Badly hampered here. But he's knocking them all in.
97.
Yeah, he took the gamble, didn't he, to get the two reds moved. They were going to be troublesome. He's just slightly off straight. He'd love to have been straighter on this. Now, it's not ideal. He would have liked to have been to the right of the pink, and then it's a simple shot. They're clapping the century. People hadn't forgotten that the century was made amongst all this.
Every shot is going to be applauded to the rafters by this capacity crowd from here on in. Can Alan hold his nerve? Yeah, the last thing we need is any wildlife intervening at this stage of proceedings.
Well, he just wants to get either straight on the red or slightly above it. That's okay. That is quite straight. The black wiggled a little bit. Glad it dropped.
It's never ideal, is it, when there's a delay? Just takes you out of rhythm, but he passed the test.
Yes, I don't think he comes straight up and down the table very easily. He might have to come off the bottom and the left cushion, swinging it round. Can he just play plain ball and miss the pink to the right? Maybe. A strange way of going, wasn't it? Thought he might come around 2 cushions.
120.
He was coming towards the yellow rather than behind it. That wasn't one of his best. But we've seen one recovery shot. This is going to be another very difficult shot to play. Can he hold for the green? It looks tough. Oh, we're in business here. Brilliant.
This is amazing stuff from Alan. The 12th thread was brilliantly retrieved. He's done it again. 5 colours away from more history. He's made 2 before. UK Championship 2016, Northern Ireland Open 3 years ago.
Well, that is usually the shot, and of course the pink is not ever like to be on its spot, but goodness, it's almost on it, it's just above it. Big bounce, no.
134.
Almost rather had he played it into the middle than that, because that would have been a certainty to be on the black. Now he's got to go all around the angles. The underhit. Pink wasn't on its spot, that was the problem. It made the difference.
Every member of this 2,000-strong Masters audience willing him on.
Well, the shot is there around the angles. It's always on, this shot. Slow down. Slow down. It's almost like the red he took at the black he took at the beginning of the break, but it's the worst scenario to finish there. Oh, don't do a Ken Doherty on us and miss the final black in the Masters.
Kirk Stevens, 40 years ago. Ding Junhui in 07. Marco Fu, 2015. Ding again this year. And now Mark Allen, 1 black away from the maximum. He's got it. What a break. More Masters history made. The 5th 147 in this great tournament. How did he pull that out? Magnificent, Mark Allen.
And in a nutshell, that right there is why we love watching snooker. The tension, the jeopardy, the elation, Mark Allen making history in the Ali Pali once again. The 2nd 147 we've seen in this tournament, the 5th in Masters history. Alan McManus, wow.
Oh, yeah, that was absolutely amazing. Maximum breaks are always fantastic, but there's always, it seems to be, a story to tell with them. The 2 reds that were locked together, he had to release those, he did. He's got the perfect action for the 3rd last red to just somehow punch it in, and once he got that one, you kind of knew he was going to do it, but boy, there was still a lot of work to do, Jim, wasn't there?
An incredible break, you know. He's come short on the pink, gone in and out of bulk, left himself a really difficult black, managed to pot that. But the amazing thing for me, these guys make 147s all the time. Not only is he in the Ali Pali, the first 2 games of this match, he's not been able to like string 3 or 4 shots together. So to come out and make a 147 just shows you what these guys have in the locker.
To touch on what Jim said, the response as well, the context in which he's doing it. 2 frames down, big frame to win, and he does it in some style.
Yeah, just amazing. I mean, even this black, the one that not sets it up, because he's only on a break of 8 at this point, but it was a fabulous shot, and it was typical, a lot of the shots that his cue action sort of needs for these kind of little punchy, just short, sharp, just punch it in, send it on its way. And there was so much to admire, actually, as I say. Those 2 reds that are there on the left wing, Jim.
Yeah, this was an incredible shot. He's played on the other 2 reds. You know, look at that great control. We always talk about his cue ball control, and Alan said that he's really good on it, that shot. That could have gone wrong. Screws the red in the middle. There was like 5 or 6 shot of the tournament shots in this break alone. So, you know, fair play to Mark Allen.
Yeah, funny enough, playing on that last red where it was actually reminiscent of the Cliff Thorburn maximum at the Crucible way back when in '83 when he made the first one at the Crucible. And how good did he hit this green as well? That was a brilliant shot in the pink round. We're hoping and praying that this cue ball put the brakes on, and it just about does.
And it's serendipitous as well, Al, because in his interview with Rachel ahead of this match, he was commending Mark Selby, saying he's a guy who hits 147s for fun, and he's the man who does it this time, and look what it means to him.
Well, yeah, it'll mean the world to him, actually. It'll mean the world to Mark Selby as well. That was brilliant by him, applauding it and embracing each other. That was fantastic, yeah. I mean, do you know what? There's a big prize on offer, isn't there, for 2 in any Triple Crown event this season? He might do another one tonight, you never know.
And the big question is how's Mark Selby feeling? We won't know, although we will, because you were there in the very first one, Jim.
Sorry?
The very first Masters 147.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That was only a few years ago. Kirk Stevens. No, it was incredible. You know, the place went absolutely crazy, and Kirk Stevens had to do a similar thing, actually. He had to pot the green and go around the table like Mark did with that pink. But, you know, Mark Allen is all about ticking boxes in his career. You know, he want to make 147s at the World Championship, the UK and also the Masters. Now he's done that, so he'll be absolutely delighted with his day's work.
Quick story about the Kirk Stevens one. The great Donald Sutherland was in the house that night.
Was he?
He's watched one frame of snooker in his life, and it was the Kirk Stevens match.
Oh, what a fact right there. Another little fact is 2 out of those original 3 147s, the next player has won that frame. So will Mark Selby respond with the final frame of the mid-sesh?
Everyone trying to catch their breath after more Masters history. What a moment once again for this crowd. A golden break from Mark Allen. Not just the fact that he's made just the 5th maximum break here in the 50-year history of the Masters. The 2nd this week after Ding Junhui, but the manner in which he made it. There were 5 shots in that break that were eminently missable, including the first black Neal and the last.
Yeah, the first and the last were very similar. The red that he cut back into the left corner, Neal for the black. Towards the end of the reds was terrific. The yellow to hold for the green, pink around the angles. I mean, there's always a few. You know, you're never going to see a 147 without a difficult shot in it. I just don't think that's possible. But there were a number of difficult shots, and he overcome all of the issues, which was especially good because in the first 2 frames he missed balls. But it's all is forgiven now.
Foul.
And it certainly made it tonight even more interesting than it could have done. The other thing to say is that when Ding made his 147 the other night, I watched a replay of it a number of times now, the crowd have got their hands up in the air, they're celebrating like there's been a goal scored in their team have scored a goal. It's great to be in there to see something like that and to witness it live, even if you're not supporting any players, you know, and it's so nice for the spectators to see that.
Back to the business of trying to get to the semi-finals and a meeting with Ali Carter. And it was a vital frame for Mark Allen. And when you consider the difficulty of the thin black he took on right at the start of that break, which had he missed it, well, they were all there for Selby, of course, for 3-0. So it was a wonderful break in more ways than one. And having had just 3 maximums in the first 49 years of this tournament, we've now had 2 this week. Extraordinary. And he's off and running again.
Yeah, I think the thing about Mark Allen is when he gets his confidence and anything could happen in this match in his favour now, I think that has given him a huge boost of confidence, and his precise, close control might be seen at even better effect for the remainder of it.
Yes, I mean, sometimes doing something that monumental can serve as a distraction for a while afterwards because the adrenaline levels are redlining. But I don't think that's going to be the case for Allen. He looks very much in the zone right now. What a break. Certainly opened the reds there.
Yeah, he's just got a fraction too far. The form he's in, he might take this red on you now into the right corner. He might just feel he can pot any ball now. Because he's screwed in and out of that bunch. They zipped back. It's a very special moment, and it was a joy to watch. And he's trying to pop this and stay on the high value colour again, going up the table a little bit off the bunch. Well, these are never easy, even on the back of a 147, these blacks, if he plays it.
Well, look at that. Nothing to choose as regards balls potted. Alan firmly focused right now on getting to the mid-session interval level. As excited as he'll be about making that 147, his primary goal this evening is getting to the semis once again and trying to make him a multiple Masters champion. Only 11 players have been able to win this more than once in the history of the tournament. And another terrific black under pressure.
Well, I think he's disappointed. Might come round and realise he's on the red to the right corner here. As if he needs to come and look at this, I think he could be on it. He didn't initially think so. Well, the shake of the head doesn't suggest he is. Well, he is on it, but maybe he feels he can't get onto the black from it. There's a possibility of a red to the left middle. He's on a roll at the moment, you know. If he could get back on blacks again, I wouldn't rule anything out here, because he's very prolific when he's in this break building mode. Can he avoid the reds and hold for the black? No. That's not the worst outcome I've ever seen.
Seeing it like a football at the moment.
Of course, I'm not suggesting he's going to make another one here, because that would be probably living in cloud cuckoo land. But, you know, the next 147 he makes either this week or during the World Championships is worth £147,000 to him. So at some point that might come into the equation. If it was to be here, then we're all in dreamland. He's only on a break at 24, but he's got the bit between his teeth.
Yes, just a reminder for those who aren't aware, World Snooker announcing that this season anyone who can make 2 maximums this season in a Triple Crown tournament will pick up that huge bonus.
He's very awkward here. You know, he's a left-handed player that would use the rest right-hand. He couldn't get to it with the rest either, so it's a blind spot for him. It's very hard for him to reach. It's almost impossible for him. He's got to point his cue and hope to pot it. Terrible stretch this is. Yeah. That is a complete blind spot for
24.
a left-handed player that uses the rest right-handed. There's almost no shot for him unless he can play with his opposite hand like Judd Trump can.
You could see how much on the stretch he was there. It was very, very awkward for him. And it's left Mark Selby with a pretty good chance. To end this mini session on a high and take a 3-1 interval lead.
One.
That could certainly have landed better for him, though. applause. I don't think that was part of the plan, given where the cue ball is.
No, he quite stern-faced Mark Selby there. He's got the double that he never played and didn't want.
He'll be disappointed because on the face of it, it looked like a really good chance to make something sizable, even frame winning, but immediately found himself out of position off the red. And now finding himself where he hoped to lead Mark Allen tight to the baulk rail.
It's not an easy shot that he's tried there, but I think he's left a red to the middle, so
Mark Selby,
very
4.
intricate shot to try and get the cue ball safe from that thin contact. Mark Allen certainly with a red to middle if he wants to play it.
Clever shot from Mark Allen. And look at the reds spread asunder. What a chance to level this match at the interval.
Well, he's pulling out all the shots, isn't he, tonight? He played a plant in-off earlier. And now he plays sort of a in-off plant, I suppose you'd call that. It's the other reverse to the one earlier on. He's playing shots that haven't even got names tonight. Oh, he's playing well. Has he gone far enough, though, for the red? I don't think he has.
5.
And all this after two pretty disappointing frames to start the evening, which featured a number of errors from Allen. Missed a few balls. But these days he's possessed of so much self-belief that he can recover from poor starts. He's done it so many times. He's done it in big finals.
Yeah, I tell you, he's going to be disappointed with that last shot, if there's anything at the moment to be disappointed with. Yeah, gets on that left-hand red. I don't see anything stopping him going in again, but he's finished right in an awkward spot here. He wants to play red to right middle. The key was going off to the left at a slightly awkward angle for his next ball, but the pot's missable. Just. And well controlled, but the pot only just crept in. Well, all of a sudden, he's not finishing very good on shots positionally. Made a 147 in the previous frame. Now the cue ball is landing itself in difficult areas.
Mark Allen, 8.
So Mark Selby back at the table. Allen erring with the rest.
It's a bit of a test for Selby, isn't it? Because, you know, now he's been kept so cold. All the spotlight's been on the man he's playing, but like you said earlier, you know, this is his chance to lead 3-1. It would be a, you know, significant lead. That's always an awkward shot, no matter how confident you are with the rest. Be very handy if you could pop that left-hand red of the two close together, because that would open the other one up, but it must be close. Yeah, I mean, it did appear that he could see enough of it, didn't it, as you were lining it up, so that's good news for Selby, but he's got to dig in here. Now, where will the pink be replaced? Because none of the spots are free. Desislava. Bozhilova, who's officiated on a second 147 of the week. I can't think that's happened very often, has it? Maybe that's a record. Someone will be able to tell me that, you know, because there have been 2 147s in tournaments before, but I don't think the same referee would have done both. I don't know that, because I like to follow the 147s, but I don't
50.
always keep track of the referees. But Desislava has done both of them this time around anyway.
16. $21. $22. $27.
This time it's Selby on the stretch. Mindful of that red close to his backswing. Well negotiated though.
28.
Something of the calm after the storm of the maximum, but a vital frame. The difference between 2-all at the interval and Selby forging a 3-1 advantage to put himself in charge of this match. Allen had the chance, missed with the rest.
$31.
Just to follow at that point, I've had many tweets in the last couple of minutes, saying that Desislava did both of the 147s in the British Open. I was there, watched them, but I wasn't aware that she'd done both of those. John Higgins and Ali Carter made them there, and Desislava was officiating in both of those. Tatiana Wollaston let me know. Thank you, Tatiana. Hope you're well. That's some effort. I know it's a great thrill for the referees as well, you see. It's something that they all love doing, and of course it's a thrill. Anyway, right now, Selby is knuckling down and trying to somehow win 3 of these 4 frames despite all the fireworks.
So it's 7.
Selby needs both remaining reds to clinch that 3-1 lead at the interval. So this cannon, all important.
Pretty well played, isn't it? He happened to hit that right side. You saw exactly what he was shaping up when he sort of put his cue to the right side of the pink, and he couldn't have executed that shot better. It's delightful. 20 points to lead. He is going to need both reds, of course.
$45.
Yeah, just a slightly awkwardly placed red. I mean, obviously it's not on a cushion, but he's got to land. If he's playing in the right middle, he's got to get right behind this. You don't want to be anything but facing the pocket on these, and that's not bad. Just off straight. You'll need
50.
Oh, basically, you just need the red, but obviously a colour. I mean, a red means there's 27 in it, so that's some breathing space. But the colour will follow, no doubt.
Yes, taken these well, Selby. He was first up to congratulate Mark Allen. He had his own moment of history, of course, at the World Championship with his 147 in the final against Luca Brissell. Great moment for him and the crowd there. But straight back to business in this frame, and that brown should mean that it's going to be 3-1. 1 snooker to tie at the moment.
Yeah, so it's going to be 3-1, and the one frame has
57.
been won with a 147. I can better that because I remember commentating on the session of the UK Championships. Ding Junhui made a 147 2008 against John Higgins at the UK Championship and lost the session 7-1. It's the only frame he won all of the afternoon session there.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? As great as it is just the one frame. And you could see Mark Allen's disappointment at missing with the rest when he was eyeing the possibility of 2-all from 2-0 behind. So, a bittersweet little mini session this for the pistol. Mainly sweet, of course, with that wonderful maximum break, but he's going to have plenty of work to do on the other side of the break against Mark Selby if he's to book his place in the last 4 in a meeting
69.
with Ali Carter. Selby will be pretty happy with his evening's work so far.
$75.
Another gripping, compelling and indeed record-breaking session here at this magnificent Masters. And at the end of those 4 frames, it is Mark Selby, the 3-times champion, who leads the maximum man, Mark Allen, by 3 frames to 1. He's halfway to a place in the last 4 at the Palace.
Well, when you find out that a quarter-final is going to consist of Mark Selby and Mark Allen, two men that have lifted the Masters title before. For Mark Allen, it was 6 years ago. We weren't necessarily thinking that it was going to be a pot fest, but in frame 3, something rather special happened. A maximum 147 by Mark Allen, his third in his career. What a moment that was. And against the Kosh, 2 frames to 0 down at that point, meaning then it was 2-1, and then the mini session finished 3 frames to 1 in Ali Pali for the Masters. And Jim, we've had just about enough time to catch our breath. That We'll get to the frames, but that maximum 147, that was incredible.
It was absolutely brilliant. There was 4 or 5 shots that he had to play to keep the break going. You know, would win any shot of the tournament, you know, and he just kept it. He kept trying to get that cue ball the right side of the balls. He come humpty over shot. We're going to play this pink later. We has to go 4 cushions. And it was a tricky black at the end as well.
Very much so. There was a lot of tricky shots. We actually should get a bit blasé about maximums these days because they're happening so often, but they're very, very special every time they happen, and you never get tired of seeing them. Certainly not the one tonight. That was very special.
Jim, there are so many people here, definitely out in the arena itself. They might forget the scoreline, they might forget who won. They will not forget that maximum.
No, you'll never forget the 147. You know, Cliff Orban made the first one at Sheffield. Steve Davis John Spencer actually made the first one, but the cameraman went on strike or something that day.
Is that right?
So Steve Davis actually had the first one on TV. But, you know, to make one at the Masters, you know, one table situation, the whole crowd watching you, they go away today seeing something special that happened in sport.
Let's remind ourselves of what happened. If you are just joining us, you missed a piece of history. It was monumental. Jimmy called it fairly early on, and we'll join the action here with Mark Allen at the table.
Yeah, it's, just the first colour. Obviously, it's the black off the spot. That was a special shot. Nice one with the rest. Kind of blind, half ball, just dribbling it dead weight in. He lands a bit awkward, actually, on this black here because he's a bit straight. As a consequence of that, Jim, he pulls out possibly the shot of the break.
No, without a shadow of a doubt, this is a fantastic... He played to split these reds, as you called. I thought he was going to go above them because they both went. But Alan pointed out, and it's true, he's so good, even though he's not the tallest of guys, he's so good when a ball's hampered. He has to screw this in. This can go wrong. You know, he's got to power that in into the middle pocket. The yellow's missed the ball. All these difficult shots, though, when in the centre of the pocket. And the way he hits this green, you know, is a fantastic shot. And this is a shot we're going to try and recreate. Goes all round the angles. He's hoping for it to sort of just pull up there. Just goes a couple of balls too much, but he still manages to knock a fantastic black in. He's cool as a cucumber. He absolutely loves these pressure situations, Mark Allen.
I tell you, actually, the brave thing about the way he played the black, if he plays it plain ball, he could go in off. Even if he pots it, maybe gets a heavy contact, it sends the cue ball wide, maybe into this pocket. So he went deep so that the cue ball was meeting the cush just here. So it was all about the pot. Thankfully, he made it.
Well, pressure doesn't get any bigger than what Mark Allen did, unless you're going to recreate one of those shots live on Eurosport and Discovery Plus. Jim, what have you got for us, the final pink and black?
Well, he's finished the wrong side of the pink. When he's potted the blue, he wants to bounce up. So many people finish the wrong side, don't they? Because they're too frightened to going too far and having to use the rest. So the way he's played it, he pots the pink and he goes off 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions. You can actually go off 5 cushions.
So, Jim, can I just explain really simple? So what you're saying is that if he finishes the other side of the pink, there's the natural angle to play for the black.
Well, if he's there, he just rolls the pink in.
Gotcha.
But because he's come here, he's got to go around the table. You can't pot the pink and play the high black. You know, that shot, you get like 1 in 8 or something. So he played it really well. Out the way, Rads. Yeah.
I think, in a lot of ways, it's sometimes it's the ultimate sort of timing shot. Let's try it again.
That's just a practice.
That was just a warm-up.
It's the ultimate timing shot, Rads, because you've got to hit it pacey to get the cue ball, obviously, round the table, but hang the pace off to a degree so that the side takes off the first cushion.
Go on, Jim.
That's number 2.
Yeah.
It's all about 3. Unless you've got £15,000 on the line, you don't really feel it.
My earpiece is coming out and everything.
Just hang the pace off a fraction, Jim. That's better.
Go on, Jim.
See there, it meets the spin round the corner.
And then the follow-up would then be, obviously,
That's
the
a bit
black.
hard.
It's actually a carbon copy, almost, of the black Mark Allen had. Isn't it, Jim?
Absolutely, about 2 inches away.
Except there's more pressure on this one.
Oh, this is big now, Jim. We've got the monitor in the way. Jim's going to have to... There's a lot happening here. Go on, Jim. Oh, you can have it. You can have it.
Tremendous.
Jim, here's a question for you. When was the last time you hit a 147?
I have them. I still have them all the time, but hitting them out there is where you got to do it. I had one in December.
And have you ever seen in an exhibition or even in a match back-to-back 147s? Say, for example, in a doubles scenario, has that ever happened in exhibition?
I played John Parrott once and made one and missed the pink. I think Stephen Lee's had... I think O'Sullivan's, obviously, I think he had 3 one night, so...
I thought you mentioned that there was once Ronnie O'Sullivan followed by yourself doing back-to-back 147.
Oh, no, that was in a game of doubles, yeah, in Ireland. Yeah, he made a 147 and... the guys paid some money to play in the doubles match, and I've broke the balls. Ronnie's knocked to red in and made a 147. The crowd's gone crazy, and you know the guys who were playing are happy. So Ron's gone, let's have one more frame. I said, well, how are we going to top that, Ron? You know, like where do we go from here? So the guys still haven't had a shot. Ronnie broke, I potted the red and made a 147.
Go on, Jim.
Raj, I get 147s all the time, but it's the bus into the centre of Glasgow.
He's had them,
you knew
don't
that
worry.
was
There he goes. There he goes.
But it is a special thing, especially to do it in a Triple Crown event.
It really is something special, and who knows, it may happen again. And just very quickly before the break, pressure now for Mark Allen, because were he to get another one in this tournament or the next one, just like Ding Junhui, he could earn himself £147,000, because thanks to the WST, any player that gets 2 147s in any 3 of the Triple Crowns earn 147. So can he do it again? We'll be back with you very shortly. In Alexandra Palace, history has just been made. A maximum 147, but as importantly, in fact more importantly, is the match. In the 4th frame, Mark Allen lost that, meaning, Alan, that he now trails Mark Selby 3 frames to 1. A big comeback is necessary.
Yes, it is. It's not at the critical stage, far from it yet, because of course you've got a bit of breathing space in best of 11s, 1st to 6, but it's good that the interval's come and gone now, because he can get back to business, and this is business. Remember, we're playing for a place in the semi-final of the Masters here.
Funnily enough, almost a repeat of his match against John Higgins. We saw him do some damage there. He's more than capable of coming back here, Jim.
Make no mistake, and what he's got to look at, is whoever's in his corner would tell him the 3 frames that Mark Selby has won, there's been lots of mistakes in them frames. Mark Allen could have won all 3 of them. OK, he's 3-1 down, he's had that magnificent 147, but none of them have really scored in the other 3 frames. There have been lots of mistakes.
Well, the timing of the 147 is quite nice out, in that he's now had 20 minutes or so to calm himself, get himself back focused where he needs to be.
Yeah, you've got to get rid of it. He enjoyed the moment, we all did, and it was brilliant, but yeah, it's important that at the interval he's got some work to do with it, whoever's in there with him in the practice room. I'm sure he will regroup nicely and get back on it, because I kind of hinted at the start tonight there was a mistake in Mark Allen, I thought. But Mark Selby's not been brilliant. Jimmy's right, but they're both getting their chances, so whoever plays the best, it's not critical at the moment, 3-1 behind. Whoever plays well from here will still win.
And the next frame, for Mark Allen in particular, pretty big.
It's huge, like all the frames are, but 4-1, it's the best of 11, so it is a little bit of movement, but 3-2, then it's even money.
Even money indeed. The players coming back out now. What more history can unfold and unfurl as we hand back to our commentary team of Neal Foulds and Phil Studd.
So Mark Allen, fresh from that magnificent 147 break, breaking off in frame 5 with work to do. They'll look back on the miss with the rest in the 4th frame. Mark Selby, to his credit, stepped in with a cultured 82 break to ensure that he has this 2-frame cushion. 3 more for him required, 5 for Allen. Ali Carter, conqueror earlier in a thriller against Judd Trump, who had match ball come and go. He will play the winner of this one tomorrow evening. Of course, tomorrow afternoon, it's Ronnie O'Sullivan against Shaun Murphy. What a match that promises to be. Their first meeting for 5 years. Eagerly awaited is an understatement. Both players have the same pot success so far this evening, 92.
Ben, would you phone the office to ask for some water? Thank you.
Mark Allen 3 out of 3 from long range. But he did make some mistakes in the first couple of frames. That's why he finds himself with plenty to do in the second half of this match. Selby leading 2-0. And then stepping in when he got the reprieve for 3-1. Desislava Bozhilova, as we mentioned already, has overseen both of the maximum breaks here at the Masters this week. Just a reminder, we'd only had 3 in the previous 49 stagings of this event. And who's to bet against another one before the tournament is over on Sunday night, the way these players are performing? Standard is sky high. But for Mark Allen, Neal, it's a case really of just allowing that adrenaline rush of the brilliant 147 to subside now and focus on what he's got to do to get back into this.
Yeah, I think, you know, in that fourth frame, he was in first. He had an awkward shot. He was ready to sort of go again and just had a shot that was so difficult for him to get to. But now the dust has settled a little bit. You know, it was ultimately the only frame he won, amazingly.
Very close, so close that the red has stayed right over the hole. Right in the jaws of the pocket, but above ground. Allen getting his cup of hot water refreshed.
Yeah, I mean, the red's gone over the pocket, but of course this one there's a little bit more pressure on because it's not the simplest pot. He's worried about his waistcoat touching that ball right below the black, and it's kind of arches back in such a way that he won't make contact with that red and play a foul. So, you know, it could have been worse for Mark Allen where the ball's landed from that shot. Desislava will be looking very closely here to make sure he doesn't give away a waistcoat foul. Doesn't look entirely comfortable. Great shot. Very good. So Selby might be feeling that he might have to even raise his game, you know. I know he's 3-1 up, but he made that break of 82 in frame 4. He wasn't sort of scoring all that well. He'd missed a couple of chances. He would have been presented chances. He's done well to be in front, but that form might not be enough to take him over the line, despite that lead. So here's his chance to step up in first.
4.
What's up with Mark there? Maybe he's got something in his eye, which is a little bit annoying, of course. That's for the cue ball to be cleaned, I think, which is, you don't see that so often now, but I think he just wanted a little timeout almost there.
Mark Selby arrived here very conscious of the fact that his recent Masters record has been modest, hadn't
11.
been past this quarter-final stage for a decade coming in.
12.
If he wins this tournament this weekend, he'll become only the 3rd player to win it 4 times. Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, going for a record-extending 8th.
He's got to make sure that he finishes low on the black here. So he'll be dropping this in. As you can see, he's got enough room to finish on the black all right. Can't afford to go too far, and he hasn't.
20.
That's all right. seems a natural to go into the bunch. I'll be able to end up on that red that's 2 up from the black here. That certainly was on his mind. But the side he had on has taken him a little lower down the table. So that red would be difficult if it pots at all now. The right-hand red of the two next to each other. He's had a little bit of side on this, and he will dip down off the cushion. Playing it. It's a good shot. Needs a bit of luck, and quite honestly, he deserves to be on something better than he is. Very positively executed shot.
But the break ends on 28.
Mark Selby, 28.
Bit unlucky to finish there, wasn't he? After the previous shot. I still thought he'd get it, mind.
One.
Vital frame, clearly. Mark Allen can ill afford to lose it, really. 4-1 down to Selby. The way he's playing would be even for Allen. A tall order. Red's very inviting, of course, now. Selby's done the hard work in this break. And Allen pick up the baton and finish the job and close in the process to just 1 behind and right back in the picture.
Five.
Well, he's certainly expecting to take the reds in the middle of the table. He is a few behind. It'll take him into a healthy lead, although the other balls at the other end of the table are absolutely going to come into play. The 2 reds up there. But, you know, at the best of times, he's very good at polishing off this kind of situation. And he's had this incredible break tonight as well, which, despite the scoreline, must have given him confidence.
$19.
Didn't pot this as well as he would have liked to. If he pots it in the middle of the pocket, the cue ball goes further up the table. There's another example of where he's good. He didn't look anything that shot, but he's holding for the ping from a fairly wide angle on the red. He made it look simple.
$26.
I think he's worked out he's going to need all of these reds.
27.
All 5 of them, because because he'll only be a handful of points in front. He's been taking seemingly red pinks and perhaps lower value colours with ones at the other end, so he's just going to keep on potting balls here. The scoreboard's not relevant at this stage. Holding the spot. So the highest available is the blue.
34.
And this time he has no real choice but to play on the reds at the other end of the table.
$40. $41.
Quite the cannon he was looking for. Sharp end of this frame now, just 13 in front. Vital frame for this man.
He's going to have to play the yellow, I think, isn't he? And of course it's quite an acute angle. It might not look too difficult on your screen, but it's not a very wide pocket opening, and he would like to be right behind it. Playing on the red to the opposite middle. That never looked in. Never looked in. Played on the red to the right corner. But, however he's feeling about his game, they are never easy. I wouldn't have minded seeing him punch it in, though. A little bit more pace on it than that. It was never there. We were right behind the line.
He missed a yellow into the opposite centre in the first frame. There's been a lot of snooker played since then.
1.
So the chance falls to Mark Selby to extend his lead to 3.
It's a gift, isn't it? It's a golden chance, and he has to take it. And you wonder where this could go wrong.
3.
I'm sure that's what Mark Allen is hoping for, but now he has a 10-point lead, but it doesn't seem to mean anything because he's not at the table here.
$4.
He might
10.
we're certainly looking at the scoreboard, so as if he thought that he could work out what he needs, but surely where the balls are, it's a question of just potting all of these, really. Doesn't matter which one of the colours is frame ball, because they're all in open play.
$11.
Well, he's too straight. He's furious with himself. He might be able to get onto the yellow, but as you can see, if he's able to use the pocket, the cube will go straight in off. But he'll play off the jaw. That's not very well played. Hit the jaw of the pocket. He's making hard work of this.
70.
Biggest shot of the evening so far in the context of this match. Right in the middle.
90.
Going to need another good one. And he's 6 in front, so he still needs up to the blue. What a difference, though, between 4-1 and 3-2.
Can't believe he's finished there on the last 2 shots. Things have got gradually worse from pink to yellow to green. Now he's pretty much halfway out of position now. The pot could be missed. Position has got to be held for the brown. It's not easy, any of this. And when he came to the table, it was a golden chance. He feels almost obliged to take it. Dropping this in. Holding for the brown to the same pocket. Nicely done.
It was made that much more difficult because Selby would no doubt have been thinking this should have been routine, and it's become awkward, but that looks like Mark Allen's last hope of salvaging this frame. This and the blue for 4-1.
26.
Mark Allen was right down the line of that blue. It was right in the middle from Selby. And he's showing his usual cool and calm under pressure. And taking a firm grip on this quarter-final now. Mark Allen needs a big response from here, because Mark Selby is looking pretty clinical as he extends his lead after the interval and moves within 2 frames of the Masters semi-finals. Mark Allen with it all to do, trailing 4-1.
Thank you, frame 6. Mark Selby to break.
Mark Selby getting us back underway. Frame 6 of a possible 11. Ali Carter awaiting the winner tomorrow night. Tomorrow afternoon, Ronnie O'Sullivan, 7 times champion, against the former winner Shaun Murphy in their first showdown in 5 years.
Yeah. Ben, would you phone the office again and just ask them to keep bringing it every frame, please?
It's lovely striking. And just look at the way he's finished on the blue. That's the shot of a confident man. He didn't try and get the cue ball back down to the safety of being the other side of the bolt line. On the blue, absolutely A1. It's an odd scoreline, isn't it? 4-1, but the frame that Allen won had that wonderful maximum break. It doesn't read as you'd expect it to, and Allen has got still the chance to turn things around because he's clearly playing well. I know he
7.
missed a couple of chances early, but the break was brilliant. And now he's got to try and put a bit more meat on the bones and win other frames.
Potted a couple of outstanding balls on the black,
40.
bookending that maximum break. He's missed a couple as well, though, this evening. Found himself 2-0 behind, and he's sort of been
15.
running to catch up ever since.
Don't know if we got a glimpse of a 2-ball plant there, or whether he is going into them. It seems that he is. That's a good split if he's on the bottom one. Yeah, he's walking around very purposefully. That's a lovely shot. And once again, all eyes on the cue ball and how it doesn't just veer off the bunch. It just stays in the centre of the table, which is always a sign of a very good contact on the pack.
And if he is to turn this around from here against
23.
Selby, clearly he's going to have to score heavily aside from the maximum Just one other break of 40 this evening from Allen, so vital from his point of view that he makes this pay. Gives Selby something to think about. Quick kill would be ideal.
28. $29.
Well, as you're right, he's all right.
34.
The right-hand red was the one we first looked at, but this one just glancing off the bunch. Onto the black. And his close control again.
35.
Passing all tests. He's just slightly sped up here. Maybe he felt that he was getting a little bit bogged down. Very watchful. The old Mark Allen from 7 or 8 years ago, who maybe wasn't quite the complete winner that he's been in the last year, 18 months.
42.
But you know, the old Mark Allen was quite rapid around the table. Very dangerous when playing well, but he slowed his whole game down a little bit. So decided to break it all down.
43.
With good results, but here we can do with a sort of a quick kill, as you say.
Both players operating at 27 seconds a shot on average this evening. They were both over 30 seconds per shot in that epic world semi-final, their most recent meeting of the 16 they've played. Remember, it's 8-all. Selby having won their 2 Masters encounters, both at this quarter-final stage, both in a decider. Mark Allen would bite your hand off for an 11th frame right now. Oh, he was up very quickly there.
49.
It's not normally a positive sign.
He was, wasn't he? I didn't see anything hugely wrong with it. Whether he thought he got a bad contact or what, we don't get too many of those these days. There is a red that goes, you can see the big gap there through the centre of the bunch. He's not interested in that, he's gone red to middle. With slightly awkward queuing
56.
over the black. These, of course, can go wrong. It's not a good shot for once. Well, that red goes. I wonder if he knew it went, because he surely could have played on it. From the shot he's just tried, unless he did play on it. And he was way off on position. This is a little bit like the yellow in the last frame, isn't it? Into the same pocket from the other end. Missable.
And again, pushed to the far jaw, so
Mark Allen, 56.
Mark Allen with a break of 56, his second best of the evening, but not a frame-winning one, which will frustrate him. Never easy, those. When you're 4-1 behind to a 3 times champion, they've really got to go at this stage. Selby in joint 4th place in the all-time list of Triple Crown titleists with 9, along with John Higgins. Only Davis, Hendry and O'Sullivan with 22 ahead of him. Sizing up the plant.
Well, he's looking to steal another frame if he can, which would be a good crushing blow, I think, to Mark Allen if he could. And he's in a snooker, so 56 lead, but currently got to escape, leave that man in his chair as long as possible without a chance.
Not really the contact that Allen wanted with the bunch there. Still bags of points available for Selby. 7 reds remaining.
Well, that's what he looked at, and he's got it. He needs a little flick here. And not bad on the brown, or the yellow, in fact. So there could be a sort of way back into this frame for Selby. Obviously, the red by the pink's going to be an issue, but for now, take one step at a time, pot his next colour and get behind the red.
Three. Four.
What a miss. What a miss. I know what he was thinking of, getting on the right side of the table. But I blew off the spot with not much really happening that was unusual about the shot. He's wanting to get across to the right. He had so many reds to play on.
A vital reprieve for Mark Allen. He could certainly not have afforded to see Mark Selby evaporate his advantage in this frame as Selby overcuts the blue.
Yeah, I think a deceleration, as we say, where the cue when going through the ball is not going through at the speed he would like. He's sort of almost slowing down through the ball instead of speeding up. And on that basis, you tend to overcut, because he was doing something with the cue ball, but not much, you know, it was a surprise, and it's cost him the frame.
Yeah, Mark Allen relieved. He had to win this frame realistically to keep his hopes of a last 4 berth at the Masters alive, and he's done so.
12. 13.
By a distance, the quickest frame of the evening. Just under 12 minutes, long since now won.
Mark Allen, 20. And the frame.
Mark Selby missed the blue, somewhat surprisingly. When he was threatening to get right back in the frame, Mark Allen gratefully accepting the reprieve to close the gap to 2 at 4-2. First to 6 to play Ali Carter in the semis.
got close to it, but no damage done. Just as a footnote to 147 earlier, one of the people that like the stats, Pro Snooker blog, Matt Hewitt, has put on social media that Selby now has the record for he's been on the wrong end of the most maximum breaks. That's the 8th has been made against him. That is a record. It's one he probably doesn't want. But I suppose it's nice to be in there in the moment if you still win the match, to sort of see it firsthand, best seat in the house and all those things. Anyway.
Mark Selby 4.
In goes the cue ball. Surprised he went it off there, but I don't think he'd do any particular damage. It's got this red, which might sort of change what I've just said. Obviously, if he knocks this in from hand. Just a bit of hesitancy, but I don't know if there might have been a mobile phone went off there, which obviously is not helping anyone. I mean, it literally helps nobody when a mobile phone goes off, does it? It doesn't help the player. It doesn't actually help the person who's phoning up either, because they're not going to get someone answer. Nobody gains. Everyone loses.
I remember a time during COVID where the sound of a mobile phone was actually quite welcoming, because it was a reminder that things were getting back to normal again after so much snooker was played behind closed doors and then fans were gradually allowed back in. But the novelty soon wore off again. Shot, says Mark Allen. For the umpteenth time in his illustrious career, Mark Selby finds the baulk cushion with a safety. Excellent return from Allen. Another vital frame, looking to avoid falling 3 down with 4 to play.
He doesn't want to take this on. This red, of course, it's difficult. I feel if he could win this frame, he's really back in the match. You saw what happened there. He just played it with right-hand side and it took straight away and
Mark Selby 4.
pushed it away from the line of the red. You're right. In full view of that shot. point now where we could be on the brink of a match that could see a comeback, you know, if Alan can continue the good work of the last frame, albeit he didn't do it in one visit. I don't know, you sense he might be playing at least as well as Selby. Not a lot in it, but the frame score tells you otherwise. Selby is now starting to make mistakes. That blue he missed, and that was a very out of character safety error.
Maybe something of a hangover from that blue. Very unusual for Selby to miss a routine pot as he did in the previous frame. It's amazing how quickly the dynamic of a match can change.
One. Six. Seven.
What if we look at the black here? Clearly the blue's unmissable from there. The black's more difficult, but getting back on his spot onto the bottom red, I don't think he played initially on the black. I think he has to take it on, really. It offers a lot more. But, as I say, it was a lot more difficult than the unmissable blue.
He's had a bit of a love-hate relationship with that black this evening. Started and finished his superb 147 with two very missable ones. But one or two have gone astray as well, which have been expensive. Will that one be?
One.
Played that pretty well. He might just think now's a chance to develop more reds here, because even though they're not tightly packed, they're not going into all pockets and not spread as much as he could possibly achieve here. I think it was worth the risk playing at that speed. Surely he's on a couple of choices here to the right corner.
Six.
Be happy enough with that outcome.
Seven.
Of course, a bit more difficult with the pink and black away from their spots. The pink is obviously going to take that at some point before too long. When he gets down for the reds, the black, I'm not sure when that's going to necessarily come into play from where it is.
Nine.
That's not perfect by any means. That red is incredibly tight, and the other red, well, he's going to have to use the rest. I don't think he'll even play it to the left corner. It's so difficult. He's not really playing very well at the moment. It's a slight crisis in his game, and it's odd. He's 4-2 up, but he's lost his confidence completely, I can tell you. And it all stemmed from that last frame missing a simple blue, and this frame, you know, he's mustered 17 points with a couple of chances, so it's an interesting point of the match.
Mark Allen will be picking up on that. Things were looking pretty precarious at 4-1 behind. Could potentially have been 5-1 had Selby not missed the blue.
I think the problem is he's got to raise the butt of the cue, because if he pots this, he's got to take the cue ball wide and sort of almost a long way around the table to avoid crashing into other reds. And all that makes the pot more difficult. Now he's changed again, playing it differently. He's all over the place, I'm telling you. And no one knows it more than he does. That was nowhere near. It's an odd moment to be in front and look like his game is a little bit, without being too dramatic, fallen to pieces.
It was the margin by which he missed that will really concern Selby, who's not been at the races tonight from distance, as you saw just now on your screen. Now down to 27% with his long pot success, or rather lack of it. 3 out of 11.
Well, he's the kind of player that can dig himself out of this situation. We've seen him do it before.
One.
But it could be that he might have to, because another chance for Allen.
Four. Five. Ten.
Well, the red on the right of the table is kind of under the line of his cue, which is quite annoying, actually. When you play this game, you can see that ball right under your nose.
$11.
Sure quite how he meant to play that, because he now left himself quite a difficult shot. Yes, the black's in play, but his next colour is not there waiting for him. Has to avoid hitting the green on this when potting the blue in the middle. Which he's done. Yeah, he's got a red
16.
to keep the break alive here, cutting back into the right corner. Shot he's usually pretty good at.
Plenty of noise from the Mark Allen fans, willing their man to make this a tight contest. He's already thrilled them with the maximum break. If he would have come back from 4-1 to win this match against Mark Selby, that would be an achievement to rival it for sure. If not better it. And that's what Alan craves, a place in the semi-finals as he bids to become just the 12th multiple Masters champion.
24.
He's annoyed about that, though. All of a sudden, again, he's over a ball here. Just, again, distracted by the pink. He's got to play a different red to, I think, the one he wanted to play, because he can get slightly better centre ball striking on that.
25. Thirty-two.
Getting very interesting, this match, isn't it? You know, it's odd how Mark Selby has won 4 of the 6 frames, but he looks like he's got no confidence whatsoever all of a sudden. And now, of course, with Mark Allen coming at him like this, he's not necessarily going to bring about more confidence. I think he's very capable of reacting, though,
40.
Selby, to the situation. But he looks a bit ill at ease out there, I think, tonight.
Forty-one.
When Mark Allen missed the black into the left corner pocket, it looked likely
46.
to be costly, but Mark Selby wasn't able to punish and then missed by a distance from long range.
$47.
37 the lead, 51 left before this black. So Allen closing in on back-to-back frames.
Lovely. That's the sort of shot that he's very good at, just whipping a little bit left-hand side. Put on the top red to move it. Bit of an artist, isn't he, with shots like that, Mark Allen?
This is all he needs.
The comeback is very much on.
55.
Definitely a sea change in this match from 4-1. Mark Selby was looking good, but has started to make some uncharacteristic mistakes. He looks under it at the moment. And Mark Allen, as he's done so often during this run of sustained success, fighting back from a losing position.
69.
Remember, 7 of their 8 best of 11 frame meetings have gone to the wire. – 4-1 adrift. That was beginning to look unlikely this evening, but Mark Allen very much on the comeback trail. And Mark Selby is now feeling a little uncomfortable in his chair.
81.
And I think the reason he would feel uncomfortable is as much about his own form, which has just dipped a lot. And never mind what Allen
85.
is doing. We know what he's capable of doing. He's having a sort of strange old evening, Allen, isn't he, with the maximum and then a few shots that went wrong as well. But now he's back and
90.
he looks really like he's playing almost his best snooker of the night, dare I say. I know he had the big break. Got a serious game on our hands here.
96.
And this for his 21st Masters century. Game very much back on here. It's a match that always looked likely to be close. It's getting closer by the moment. Mark Selby pegged back from 4-1 to 4 frames to 3. Frame 8, Selby looking to go 2 up with 3 to play.
And I think that would be the one thing that would make him feel more confident. I mean, if it did go to 4-all, then I'm not sure I'd fancy him to win, unless he could change the sort of flow of the last couple of frames. And of course, if he wins this frame, then he's well on his way again. That's why it's a particularly important one, I would say. Allen is the player with all the sort of confidence behind him, it seems. But Selby holds the lead still.
Meanwhile, Mark Allen is now within 9 centuries of joining the very elite 600 club. Become only the 10th player to do it.
Just on the stats, and you know, they don't mean a lot, but tournament total points is one thing, but 4-3 Selby, but Allen has scored 100 and, well, best part 150 points more in this match. Ironically, it's 147 points more. So we know where he made the 147 from, frame 3. So there you are. You know, he's won all the frames that he's won easily, and Selby's have been less so.
Yeah, the first 2 frames could certainly have gone either way, but both went to Selby. His highest break of the evening, the 82, that took him to a 3-1 interval lead. But his best since then, just 44, as he misses the thin edge of the red.
Mark Allen, 4.
Oh, brilliant. That is a fantastic shot. You could not see a ball cued any better from the side rail. It's a natural to get on the black, but you've got to hit it quite beautifully. And he did. So what have we got here? He's in again early with an absolutely wonderful chance. And we know how well he's
8.
scoring.
Nine. 16.
Well, that's gone wrong. And the reason I say that, of course, is the cue ball's veering over towards those two reds. So the pot is missable. How's he going to get the cue ball onto his next colour? Well, he's going to pop the black in the middle. And with the red not hanging over the left corner,
17.
not an easy shot. Be annoyed there because he started off with the great red-black. He looked right in amongst them. And gradually he's got himself out of position. He's playing it well right behind the line. I would say, if nothing else, it looked like it just went marginally up there rather than down. I thought it was in when he first hit it. Just went sort of to the top jaw. Let's have another look. Here, I think it's going to go in.
That there is some music.
And it certainly didn't pull down with any nap.
Apparently some unwanted musical accompaniment at the moment in the arena, which hopefully will be addressed, but relief for Selby, who has lost his way a little since he led 4-1. Only the 1/2 century break from Selby this evening, that 82 in the fourth frame. Still hear that music. After much consideration, certainly things getting a little edgy, aren't they? Inevitably, given what's at stake. That magical number of 6 frames. Getting ever closer for both players now, with Alan right back in it, but can Selby just take a bit of the heat off him by moving too clear again? This needs some good cueing. Oh, he was a long way off that. That's not going to restore any confidence. He certainly has lost his way, hasn't he?
I didn't fancy him for it, but I was surprised by how far he missed it. He's having a real crisis of confidence here. No more than that shot. I mean, when have you ever seen Mark miss a shot like that by that sort of margin?
That pot success has dropped off pretty significantly from Selby. At one stage he was heading towards the mid-90s. And further confirmation, the long game hasn't been functioning as he'd like either. And yet he's still in front.
That is a good safety shot. That's the first shot he'd be pleased with for quite some time, I would say. He's blocked off the left side of the table. I wonder if he would consider this red along the cushion here, because with the black over the right middle, you know, there's a lot of value for it going in. I don't think he fancies any shot right now, but you know, there's something to be said for playing it. But I think he's in fear of all shots right now. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy at all, but it was a way of getting in. I think of players on the tour that would have played it, but managed to push the black safe there.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure he played right in behind yellow. He certainly shaped the cue ball back behind the bulk colours well. Might have played to the cushion instead of behind the ball, but either way, doesn't matter. Selby's in a spot of bother. He's usually very good at these escapes, but the red close to the right middle is causing him a different sort of problem. He has to probably play on that red to hit it, because coming round and resting on one of the bottom two on the right and the red over the middle is no good to him. Twice across, well judged. See straight away he hit it particularly well. And that part of his game seems to never leave him.
One of those that you weren't entirely sure about on its way to the pocket, but it's wriggled in off the jaw. Excellent pot.
Rambo.
At the moment, Mark Allen certainly looking the more secure player, even though he's still behind. Six-1 down, remember, to Ding Junhui in last season's UK Championship. Won 9 of the last 10 frames, 4-1 behind in the Northern Ireland Open final to Zhou Yulong. Won 8 in a row. And of course he was 3-1 down and out of sorts against John Higgins. And in the end withstood a fight back from Higgins to make that brilliant break in the decider.
6.
Oh, I don't know whether he played on the blue into the middle. It seems a bit unlikely, but that's where he's finished. Of course, getting the blue on the spot is a big help to him. But I don't know if he's much angle. He's just slightly the wrong side, but he can run it through. Getting down towards the reds.
$11.
Don't think he's gone far enough. The red 2 down from the pink was the one he wanted to play on, but he had to go further down and across to the right. So the break won't amount to anything.
Mark on. 11.
So that could be a shot that just gets Mark back on track, providing the cue ball holds up. It's not going to help him. Pity, because it was a good shot that he hit there, first for a while.
Isn't that the way when you're struggling a bit and you're looking for something to go in your favour? It was a good pot. On another day, would have landed nicely on a bought colour. Got to make do with the snooker.
Yeah, nominated brown there, so he didn't have to reach the yellow, even though he was rolling behind the yellows. That was handy because it was touching ball, you see. It doesn't look that difficult off 2 cushions to just reach the bottom red, does it? That's the thing. And Nessie was to slip round the back of it. Seemed unlikely. Nicely done. That's a very handy kiss, but he deserves it for the shot he played. He quite measured that shot to nothing red. Cue ball's coming across from the left cushion down to the right. He just needs to avoid hitting either blue or the black on this shot when coming across for the next red. Oh, he's comfortably avoided those. But he's not really played it very well, has he? He's on a red, but not with great position. I think he'd be a little disappointed not to have made any more of that. Surprised he never tried to pop that red. It was the thin one.
Well into the 22nd minute of this frame, and still clearly a lot of snooker still to be played before it's decided. It's a frame that Mark Selby urgently needs from his point of view, given he seems to have lost his way since he led 4-1. In all of the key stats, Mark Allen is actually bettering him at the moment, including the safety. And yet he's still a frame adrift. At the moment, he looks the stronger of the two. Seven out of 8 tonight from long range. And now 8 out of 9 with a cracker right in the middle.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. Played it very positively. He's trying to sort of win a sort of Selby-esque frame here, isn't he? By just chipping away, keeping him out, doing it that way. He's reminiscent to a lot of the frames that took place in their World Championship semi-final, of which Selby did get the better. But it was a very confident shot, but he doesn't want any more safety bouts in this frame. He must try and get this frame one here.
Four.
Well, I can't believe the shot he's played there. Why has he played that? He had so many ways of getting on his next colour. He could have played one of the reds below. He got too intricate with that. He had so many options. Tried to just chip the pink into play when there's so many other ways he could have got that cue ball out of there onto his next ball. Don't understand that. Even the two reds below were possible.
.38 the lead, still 75 on the table though, albeit that the black at the moment is out of commission.
Mark on. 4.
Always the danger with the two-cushion escape. If you catch it too thick, the cue ball doesn't go back to the balk end as you'd like. This is another chance for Allen.
Well, he seems to have decided he's going to try and tie Selby up in knots for some reason, because it was a chance. And he may come unstuck if he continues, because at the moment he's got Mark Selby where he wants him, but he's stopped attacking him altogether. Very interesting. He looks the stronger player.
In the event, it wasn't the best safety either. Selby with his hand on the table. But not punished. This is already the longest frame of the night. A vital one, clearly. Selby can win it, then he's back firmly in charge of this quarter-final. Mark Allen has been bossing it throughout, but has yet to apply the killing thrust. Catching the blue wasn't part of the plan, although the cannon could clearly have been worse.
Well, possible game changer there. Mark Allen has had lots of chances to win this frame. It's not that he's missed anything, he's just kind of stopped going on the attack, and now that's kind of brought Selby back into the equation. He'll know that he's not been punished for some of his mistakes in this frame. It's a chance to get one back.
Six. Seven.
Wow, well, that just underlines the fact that in these tight centre pockets, unless you're bang on playing at pace,
Seven.
then anything can be missed, and Selby has duly missed the pink. Still 31 adrift. In and out.
Doesn't appear it's going to make any difference as far as being punished for it, though.
Right, it's another good red. Certainly the scrappiest frame of the evening, as well as the longest, evidenced by the fact that only the blue is on its spot. Selby with much to do, given the state of the table, to get back into this frame.
Yeah, you're right about the balls being off their spots. And, you know, even here, you probably wouldn't mind nudging the green into play a little bit and playing behind the yellow. Yeah, and he's done that. Green's more than nudged into play. He's pushed it all the way around the table. But interesting to see how this frame pans out, because Mark Allen is certainly trying to shut Mark Selby out somewhat in this frame. Still can't really understand the shot he played where he just tried to flick the pink into play when other options seemed available. Good shot.
Previous longest was actually the first of the match, 27 minutes. This one now into its 34th. 30-point lead, pretty handy one given the state of the table. But perhaps a nagging concern as he goes in off from Mark Allen's side that he could have won this frame already.
Yes, and with the cue ball in the D, this long red, I think the green will pop to the left corner. And this is actually a little test of Selby's cueing, which has been a bit off in the last few frames. These are the kind of shots you practice all the time. And he's missed it. So again, he's missing these sort of shots.
Well, Mark Allen may pay the price for not being as clinical as he might have been in this frame. He's been in front all the way through. Will he be in front at the end of it?
I think he thought that maybe the green was some sort of a guide. If you miss the green and you automatically go straight to the potting angle on the red. But I tell you what, that's really brought Selby back into the frame. That one shot alone. Because he wasn't going anywhere, Selby. Missed that long cue in red. Now all of a sudden something's cropped up. Could not have seen coming. Oh, I don't know if he played it like that, did he? Surely. Might have played on the bottom red of the two in the left corner under hit, but this is quite an acute angle to the middle from there. These are difficult. Not much pocket opening to aim at. It's one of those on the screen, it doesn't look too bad, but it's tough, I think.
Yeah, that's nicely cued. Missed one at pace into that pocket a few minutes ago. This was a different kind of shot, but he played it very well. He's looked a distant second favourite for the lion's share of this frame, but still very much in contention now. He's played that well as well. Two excellent shots from Selby, maybe just beginning to get his mojo back.
Well, he's decided to play on the green. It's quite a bold shot. I know he needs the green if he is going to clear up, and this puts it back on its own spot. But goodness, green to yellow with the rest is some shot to undertake. Very positive shot if he plays it. This is tough.
Oh, there you go. Yet to miss one in this tournament. This is a big one.
Maybe kind of hoping that if he did miss it, the green would go safe, and it has done so to an extent. You're always going to miss one in the end with the rest, aren't you? Especially ones like that. That was tough.
Allen needs up to the brown to win this frame. A frame that won't live long in the memory in terms of its quality. It's been very scrappy stuff, but an absolutely key one in this quarter-final.
Played a good shot there, I must say. He really did, to get in behind green. He'd like to have been a bit straighter, because green to brown still not easy. I don't think he could have played the last shot any better than he did. Now maybe a double with no real interest in the cue ball finishing near the blue. As you say, he only wants the brown. It's got to be worth the risk.
For his third frame on the bounce to tie it up at 4 each. Never in doubt. He's taken the scenic route to this frame, Mark Allen, but barring snookers, he's achieved his goal of wiping out Selby's lead. 21 the difference, 18 there. One snooker required.
Of course, as ever, Selby will not give up here. But, I mean, where the pink and black are, they're not nice for getting snookers, to be honest. not well placed to get the cue ball in behind them.
Very long frame, a vital one. But Mark Allen knows Mark Selby's skills when it comes to getting snookers, so he won't feel safe just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult, really, where the black is. It's not really a position where you get a snooker behind. These balls will both have to be on that right cushion. The pink's too far in the middle of the table to really be a valid snookering ball. That you can get them, but not very easily.
Selby will battle on, of course, in the hope that an opportunity presents itself to get the snooker he needs, but pretty long odds.
I suppose he's demonstrated how to get a snooker, or just about one, but it also shows how difficult it would be to get a snooker that would be one that you couldn't get out of. I mean, he's very likely to hit this. Just sometimes that two-cushion snooker is pretty easy to hit. So the long red hit, or long blue here, I should say, of course, would just end this frame. Dead straight. So it wasn't a pretty frame, but the important part, I guess, from Mark's point of view, Alan that is that he's won it. And it's going to be a very intriguing outcome from here.
Yes, it's been a marathon, but Mark Allen in the end won't care because he's gradually managed to get himself over the line. 3 in a row, 4 all. Best of 11 now down to a best of 3 for a place in the last 4 at the Masters. Mark Allen getting us back underway, looking for his 4th consecutive frame to put himself within 1 of victory. That seemed unlikely when he trailed 4-1. Mark Selby anxious to relocate something approaching his A game, which has rather deserted him since he enjoyed that 3-frame cushion. Both of these players, though, fantastic competitors. Neither will give an inch in their bid to get to 6 and play Ali Carter tomorrow night. Selby going for a 4th Masters title, to become only the 3rd player in history to win that many. Mark Allen looking to become just the 12th player to win it more than once. And his long game this evening has been almost immaculate. He's only missed 1 out of 11 attempted. That is brilliant. And that was clean as you like.
Yeah, beautiful, wasn't it? Just the way he held that cue ball. So this is the moment when he really can hurt Mark Selby now. We know how well he's scoring in general.
6.
He's pulled back into the match. And now, a chance to really make an impact at the start of this frame.
Seven.
Well, the next colour he
12.
takes and the angle he's got on it will determine whether he can get the bunch open or not, because he's going to need to. They're very tightly packed, aren't they? 2 reds just above the bunch, slightly away, but the rest of them are all almost like they're nailed together. How are you going to get these open? He's not got a very wide angle here. He'd like to have gone directly into these, but he's a bit straight. So maybe the 2 cushion way into the bunch. Whipping it around close to the right corner, but he didn't play a great shot there. Hard to open them up as they stand. Wow. Didn't even try to open them.
18.
Didn't make much of an effort there, did he? He could have tried on the black
18.
with an angle, or could have had a better angle on the blue, but in the end he didn't seem interested in getting the reds open for some reason. Well, certainly the majority of the scoring has been by Mark Allen. Mentioned it's 4-4 in frames, but almost 200 points to the good. Not that that matters, but it just kind of does tell a bit of a story about the evening. Sometimes stats, they kind of lie on the scoreline, but I'll tell you other things. You know, he's been more free scoring. The 147, I suppose, changes everything really in those numbers.
Yes, Mark Selby seemed to have absorbed that big hit from his opponent in taking the 2 frames that followed the maximum, but from a position of great strength at 4-1, he certainly lost his way, which is surprising. That doesn't mean to say he can't regather for one last push towards the winning line. He's won both of their previous quarter-final meetings at the Masters, both in deciding frames.
He's always going to have that shot available to him. I think Mark Allen needs to remain positive when the chances come, not get too sucked into the kind of battle that saw him lose in the semi-final to Selby in the spring of 2023. Very long match, in which Selby got the better of, lost in the next 2 days to Luca Brissell in that world final. But he's a very hard man to sort of outstay in a match like this. Well, again in behind the brown. Well, it was one cushion, and it was very hard to see a way that he could, I guess, not leave something, and he has left one. So Selby has earned this chance, and that's because of the prolonged safety bout will always suit him over other players. He is the best at it.
Nothing better than one solitary 44 breaks since he led 4-1. That 44 was made in putting him 3 frames clear, so that's a measure of how His scoring has just not been there in the last 3 frames. Can he turn the tide here? Just re-establish a bit of rhythm to his game, which has obviously been lacking, not least in that marathon 45-minute frame we just had that ultimately he lost.
4. Nine. Ten.
So just wants to get below that black spot so he can get through to the red.
70. $18.
I didn't want to be straight on this shot on the pink with not so many options as far as reds that come next. You've got a slight angle.
$24. $25.
Well, now is a question of how does he get on the next red, the one out on its own to the right, the black. It's quite awkward to get on with a bunch of reds there and the black itself. In taking the pink, where is he capable of landing from a dead straight angle that puts him on another red? That's a good shot. If he's on the red, that's very well played. There was not a lot of room to play with there.
31. $32.
Looks like that's not gone to plan for Selby. So has to take his medicine and play a good safety, and he's normally very adept at doing that, overcoming the frustration of losing position.
Yeah, played him behind the brown, didn't quite manage it. He's got a handy lead. The match feels different now, you know, breaks of this kind. I mean, the previous frame, a 45-minute frame, there wasn't a 30 break in it. And now we've had a break of 39, so it's all changed from earlier as the tension mounts.
Still only 1/2 century from Selby tonight.
Well, this is a test, isn't it, for him? People have shouted, "Come on, Mark!" But this is not easy, and he's absolutely got no choice but to go for it. If he misses it, he's doing all sorts of damage. So this shot could be the big one in the frame, or even, dare I say, the match. I know we've got some more frames to come. Big shot.
Yeah, 6 out of 15 from distance.
Very well played. Very well played. He's kind of slightly regrouped. I know he hasn't made anything of it recently, but he's making fewer mistakes than he was earlier.
So a golden chance for Selby to stop the rot, having lost 3 in a row, and with it, his commanding lead. Oh, hang on. Goodness gracious, that is unbelievable. Wow. How often do you see Mark Selby do that? He can smile, but it's a sick smile.
Yeah, it was just when things started to look better. He's missed a sitter.
And he knew immediately.
He's just running it through. He's doing nothing with it. You know, it's very often you see players miss balls because there's a degree of difficulty in position. That wasn't one of them. Tough game, Snooker. No one's ever going to say otherwise. You know, you might criticise players on shot selection or disagree with their shot selection, I should say. You can't really criticise anyone for missing a ball because everyone's done it. But it was an easy one, that's for sure. It's added a bit of a different dimension to this frame, though. Oh dear, that's not for once, not a good shot when it comes to close control.
8.
No, he is so good at keeping that cue ball under really tight control in amongst them, but that was a poor shot.
So Alan retrieves the situation to some degree, but not perfectly on the black. It's getting edgy, nervy, tense, tight, all the things that we associate with the sharp end of a match of this significance. Stats almost become irrelevant at this stage. It's battle of wills. Who's got the necessary nerve to deliver the goods? It's certainly missable. He's done very well.
It's a good shot, isn't it? Because it always looks awkward when he uses his right-handed from that side, because if he was right-handed, he wouldn't need the rest. So in it goes, and it was a good shot. The last two, he's recovered a situation that he got out of position in.
Oh, no. Well, it's catching. Both are feeling it right now, both with vast experience, both proven winners on the big stage, but no one is immune in this sport to the pressure.
Missed it by a way, didn't he? Not really that close. And I think the two reds are on to the left middle. Yeah, they are. That has not hit the jaw. And he's still reeling, of course, from his previous miss. That's the thing. He's had all that time in his chair since he missed that bad red to the left corner that he got nowhere near that to the middle. I was going to say before Selby's red that he missed that, of course, he'd need that left-hand red, but it applies to them both.
Three.
Well, he's leaving himself quite a big target here because, of course, the red is a bit off the cushion, so you can hit it directly or off the cushion. Of course, he could go almost around the back of it, which would be an unfortunate occurrence. Presumably he's not playing on it. No. It's well played, but of course it doesn't mean this next shot's easy by any means. But the speed he played it at, I suppose red was always going to go somewhere like that. Now, is he going to play on the black, or is he going to pot it and consider leaving the snooker? Yeah, that's a good shot. That's very well played and very positively played as well.
What a chance he's got now. Mark Selby will be sitting in his chair suffering.
16.
He looked to dead cert before he missed that straight red into the left corner. Got a further opportunity, a tougher one into the left centre, which was missed by a wide margin. Up to the blue required for his fourth frame in a row.
Yeah, up to the blue is crucial, isn't it? Where the pink is. I think this is sort of a return to some positivity, and I think he's fed off of the Selby errors. A bit bogged down in the previous frame, which was a long one. But since those couple of misses from Selby, he's been a slightly different player.
Yeah, it wasn't
25.
a particularly clean pot, but it went in. That's all that matters. And this for 5-4. Wow, what a big frame for Mark Allen, and what a painful one for Mark Selby.
Going to roll this over the pocket, over the right corner, in or over, preferably in, but over will do. So we will attempt to keep the pink out somehow and hope for the best.
$19 the deficit, so one snooker to tie on the pink, but he's got to keep it out first, as Neal mentioned. He's done that. Where's the cue ball? Oh, goodness. Well, it's eventful. It's very tense. Mark Selby is known for his granite-like characteristics when it comes to this sport. He's going to need them if he loses this frame for what remains of this match, because he knows he should be 1 up with 2 to play, and it now looks like being Mark Allen in that situation. Another lengthy frame. Not as long, obviously, as the 8th, which was 45.5 minutes, but another 26-minuter and counting. The match now well over 3.5 hours in length. Looking good, looking good. Mark Allen wins his 4th consecutive frame. Mark Selby won't be able to believe the red he missed when he was looking good to move 5-4 in front. Instead, it's Allen who leads 5-4. He's made an entire career out of doing that, and he's had an extraordinary amount of success. Can he turn this one around? Frame 10 of a possible 11, Ali Carter to play the winner in our 2nd semi-final tomorrow night. Before that, Ronnie O'Sullivan takes on Sean Murphy. And if Mark Allen does win this match, a lot of it will be down to the quality of his long game this evening. He's only missed 2 out of 12. That is quite a return.
Good pot, but an even better kiss here on the blue.
Keep quiet, please.
That is very favourable, but I think he deserves what he's getting right now. You know, he is playing well. He had the wonderful 147. Fell behind either side of the break. All of a sudden, here's his chance to get the match won. A memorable one it would be. But he's in first again. He needs to do damage. Keep Selby in his chair.
Seven.
Mark Allen has certainly never been afraid of the winning line. We saw ample evidence of that in his match against John Higgins. A quite superb break launched by a risky red, which he just stroked in as though he didn't have a care in the world. Across the table into the right centre. On his way to
13.
Break of 86 after John Higgins had recovered from 5-3 down to force that deciding frame. He's done it so many times in his career. In deciders, of course, here, he'd like to take it out without need of a decider.
Well, it could be that the next shot makes
20.
that possible. because it's the angle he gets on the black to get the reds open, as we know. Something he hasn't always been able to do
21.
with any great luck or success in this match, but you know, amongst all the good stuff that is. He's going to go aggressive and play this with a lot of pace. Well, he certainly did. Oh, that red. Yeah, that's certainly... Goodness, what are we going to do here? Can he get through to it? He can't leave it. That's made things very uncomfortable. First question, is the blue in the way? No, but it's straight. You could get cushion first, you might be able to nip it around the angles, but it's just not nice. Well, that's how difficult it was. He couldn't even pot the ball. It was a horrid shot, absolutely horrid.
Mark on 28.
Another twist just when it was beginning to look as though Alan could engineer a match-winning opportunity. Horrible shot. Now, what's Mark Selby got left tonight? He's taken a serious blow in the previous frame. In missing a gilt-edged chance to lead 5-4 himself. Remember, he's not been past the quarterfinals of this event since 2014, a full decade ago.
6.
Having won it 3 times and appeared in 2 other finals in his first 7 appearances, including victory on debut.
7.
That'd be some effort, I think, if he could pick his game up from here, because he hasn't looked very confident in the last few frames, quite honestly. He's a great champion, but that is not very good unless he's on the red to the middle. It was a kind of slightly tentative attempt at opening the reds up, mind. It wasn't really sort of going into the bunch. He was just trying to play a cannon, which he didn't judge very well.
In the last 5 frames of this match, his highest break, just 44. And only 1 break of real substance tonight, the 82 in the 4th frame for 3-1. But he did have the red into the centre and he's negotiated it, so the break continues. Just looking to restore some lost confidence. First things first, win the frame by hook or by crook, but ideally for Selby, win it convincingly so that he's got the momentum going into a decider. Needs to be as close to that red as possible without touching it, of course, in a direct line.
$21. $22.
Well, I've had at the bottom of the bunch here with pink and
29.
3 other reds above it. Looks to be the shot. He would certainly open up balls. There's no guarantees of cue ball coming out onto a colour from it, I suppose. This red to middle, the thin red, up by the blue. It's not a nice shot to be playing. I think he might come back to this one, yep. And of course, he's missed the ball into that pocket. It was easier than this earlier on. That's a good shot. And a nice result. He took the positive option there and played it with great control.
Every one of these shots, though, carries pressure, not least because of what happened in the previous frame when Selby had a similarly open table. He was only a few pots away from leading 5-4, missed a red into this corner, and it cost him dear.
38.
There's a 10-point lead. You feel that he will go on and win the frame under normal circumstances, but they're not that normal. The pressure is quite intense out there. Even that shot, you know, he's not quite controlled it as he would usually do. It's quite a simple, just dink it across on the red, but he's overdone it a bit.
He's only missed one in the tournament with the rest.
$52. $53.
I don't think anyone was predicting a runaway ahead of this match this evening, and most were saying it's going to be extremely tight and probably extremely late. And all of those things are, sure enough, coming to fruition here.
I don't think Mark Allen was asleep there. I think he was just trying to keep relaxed sitting in that chair. Certainly hope he wasn't asleep. I have to wake him up if he's shot next, but I don't think that's quite what's happening.
Yeah, cut back into a blind pocket under this pressure, not
Mark
a gimme.
55.
And again, Mark Selby can't apply the normal ruthless streak that we would see from him. It is only a second half century of the night, but not a frame-winning break.
Slight deceleration again, overcut. Normally means you've not gone through the ball at the correct speed. Pressure, all of those things. He was looking better actually, wasn't he? It was a decent break, that 55, but ended before the frame. Of course, he's won crucially, and nothing's safe. An interesting angle he's put there. That's a nice shot from Mark Allen. Coming across there, putting yellow in the way of the three reds. It's well thought out. That's a sort of Selby-like shot, I think, tactically. He's given Mark Selby problems. He's snookered, and also he's got to find a way of not leaving a red on when he does hit his next red. Well, did he play it? I suppose he did. He's wriggled out of a situation there, but now does he want to take the black on and play on the red? Because, I mean, if he was to miss the black, it could be his last shot. It's not straightforward. Neither the black or the position.
I don't think he was sure that it was going to drop, but drop it has. So 1 pot away from taking us all the way. Who knew? This is going to be the 8th time in 9 best-of-11s between this pair, who've split their head-to-head 8 wins apiece, that a deciding frame is required.
Yeah, it's been an unusual one, though, isn't it? Because it's not that it's been nip and tuck all the way through. It was a big lead that Selby had at 4-1. And, of course, we'll try and get the snookers. He requires 2 of them.
Mark, Selby 15.
But we do believe, with everything we know, it will go all the way.
Tap on the table from Selby, who still needs to take care to ensure he gets his final frame. Twice he's beaten Mark Allen in the decider here at the Masters. And he's missed that one. Oh, hang on. Wow.
Mark Allen 7.
Wow, what about that then? That's to hit the black. I mean, this man is one of the cleverest players I've ever seen. But he was in trouble, but to hit the black, I was very surprised that happened, because it surely could have found a way of not doing that. Now, of course, he can tie that snooker as well, although it's not difficult to hit necessarily.
Selby looks to the heavens, scarcely able to believe that this frame might be getting away from him, and with it the match.
Yeah, obviously, as I say, you can only tie red, black, all the colours, makes the frame down to a respot. Gives Mark Allen plenty of reasons to think he's still in there with some sort of a chance. Another good shot. These are snookers that have got to be hit, and now, more importantly, he's got to keep the ball safe.
Where's the red? Where's the red? You could not make this up.
Well, it was a big fluke, wasn't it? No one's saying that Allen would definitely have won the frame or even levelled it for a respot, but he would like to have had the chance.
Well, we're definitely going the distance now. And there's an air of inevitability about that, pretty much from the moment they shook hands this evening. Given their track record, given the tightness of their rivalry.
9.
We're set for a post-midnight finish. Ali Carter pretty much predicted this in the Eurosport studio earlier, fresh from his
13.
dramatic victory from the brink of defeat against Judd Trump. And it's panned out. What a battle.
18.
Magnificent maximum break from Mark Allen, who did make another century as well. Rather at odds with a lot of the snooker we've seen this evening, which has been tense, nervy, edgy, and at times error-strewn. But Mark Selby has done what Mark Selby does. He's battled, despite struggling with his game, to force a final frame here at Alexandra Palace. All to play for a place in the semis, 5 each. What a roar from this crowd. Very few have left early tonight. They want to see the climax of this, however long it takes. There's the handshake. The 2018 champion Mark Allen to get us underway in the final frame 11.
Frame. Mark Allen to break.
That's not a particularly good break-off shot. In fact, it's a worry already for Allen. He's left that red. It's the thing that tends to happen. It's a match that's had everything, this. Obviously, the wonderful maximum break, some nerves. Now we've got a decider. And Selby will be thrilled to be in first in this one. Well, he'd like to have been a little bit straighter on this blue if he was going to play for a red. Now that's why he's considering a bolt colour. Brown punching the cue ball round. A couple of angles for the red. It's not perfect.
5.
That's a good shot. Certainly harder than Selby made it look. Had to hold the butt of the rest high in the air. Pressure immense at the moment.
It is, and also he's wrong side of the blue. So getting down for a red from here is not easy. Good effort, that. And not a bad result. In fact, very good. He didn't really to bust the pack open as he would have hoped to have. But the one red that did come out has lined up with the cue ball for the corner. And he can run through onto the black.
12.
Didn't take a backward step there, did he, Selby? He played the positive shot. Is he going to be rewarded? Well, does anything go for him? Body language would suggest not. Happened to Selby a few times this evening going into them. Touching ball declared by Desislava Bozhilova. Had he been on a red, he could really have been in business there.
Yeah, the fact that it's touching guarantees he's not on that red now, doesn't it? Because it's the red would certainly move on the way through. So it was a poor break-off shot for Mark Allen, which has kind of not been punished. 19 points in the grand scheme of things, even in the decider, is nothing.
Four hours they've been doing battle this evening. Still we're none the wiser as to who's going to prevail.
No, that's well played. Good weight on the cue ball. Now I think already Selby is looking at a containing shot, pushing the red up and sending the cue ball down this end. Not many people have gone home. I guess a few might have had to nip onto public transport, but we've got an almost full house here still at the Ali Pali. Played it well enough. Well, he doesn't want that to be a touching ball. He was lining up that side. It's not one, so that kind of makes things a little easier for Allen and not so easy to get the good safety shot in by Selby. He was disappointed to hit the brown almost full on, which means there's always the possibility of darting this sort of red into the left corner, and he's potted quite a lot of these, especially into that left one that he's going to be playing this into. A number have gone in, got him started in breaks. There's an aspect of his game that is in terrific shape, isn't it? Almost fancying for those shots now, and they're never going to be easy.
Most of them have been going right in the heart of the pocket, as that one did. Give me one chance, players will say, in a decider. Selby had his, ran out of position, going into the reds. Now Mark Allen gets his opportunity. Made a wonderful 86 break to seal the deal against John Higgins in the final frame. Also launched by a great opening red.
Well, he had the natural angle to go into them, and that's a pretty good result. It was played with decent control. Here it is again, he just hit the middle red, freed the pink as well. Goodness, what a chance he's given himself after that terrific long red.
$15.
This really is. I mean, for a player like Mark Allen with his control in amongst
22.
them, on the back of a maximum tonight, you know, this is such a great chance. Just the kind of opportunity he was hoping and praying to get.
$23. $29. $30.
So there's a little stun shot off the cushion on the choice of two reds. Well, I don't think he played on the red to middle, but he'll accept it if it's the only one available for him. He's taking this one, screwing up for blue. Needs to get on the blue perfectly. It would make a huge difference.
38.
And that is absolutely A1.
Just has this ability to get in the zone in situations like this, Mark Allen, when the match is on the line, everything's at stake. He's done it time and time again in his career. We know that he's remodelled his game in the last couple of seasons to very successful effect, but even before that, when he was quicker, perhaps a little more attacking. He always had that ability in deciding frames to show up, deliver the goods.
44.
And he's threatening to do it again tonight.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, he's played very well tonight. I don't know quite how he was 4-1 down, but he was. So he's done well to come back from there. But this is the point where matches are won and lost, and he is on the brink. A bad break which let Selby in. That only amounted to 19 points, didn't hurt him. And here he is on the verge. Oh, goodness me. That's so out of character, that sort of shot.
51.
I knew he had to play off the reds. But the cue ball's completely out of sync with where he wanted it to be. And not least the pot not going in.
Mark Selby missed a sitter when he was poised for 5-4. Mark Allen has done likewise when he was getting close to being on the brink of the semi-finals. What drama. Sure, Selby was sitting in his chair, almost resigned to his fate there. And that's a very nice red.
Didn't want to push the green safe. I suppose for now he'll not think too much about that. But it certainly might come against him later on. But it was a good red.
And today is now officially tomorrow. We're into Saturday, semi-finals day. But who is going to be taking part in our second semi-final tomorrow night? Willing that cue ball past the blue.
Yeah, and now you look at the very safe reds, or the safe red on the right and the green where it is.
5.
Well, certainly Mark Allen is pinning his hopes in those two balls, saving him. Selby's been prone to missing the odd, inexplicably easy ball tonight. He doesn't want to do that again now.
$30. $14.
Mark Allen's turn to sit and stew. He was looking good there. Out of the blue, missed one that he wouldn't normally, but this isn't normal, is it? This is
21.
the climax of a Masters quarter-final.
Yes, I wondered if he was going to hope to get a shot to push the red out. I don't think it would be on anyway from where the first red is in the middle of the table onto the second one. Certainly not from this angle. So now what does he do? He might have to play on the red down the cushion. He's a right-hander. Not sure there's any cannon available to him. Whatever colour.
22.
Sort of teetering on the brink there, but he played it quite well. He wanted to be just off straight. Now there's only one shot, and that is to screw in behind the red. Down the cushion. Played it well enough. Is it within touching
27.
distance of Mark Allen's score now, of course. So at least he's done the first part, and that's to just bring himself back into the frame of match. Now, the next step.
Got to be super accurate with these.
I think he was hesitant on the backswing there.
27.
Somewhat tentative the way he brought it back. Pressure, of course. Can't blame him. Goodness, the pressure is immense out there.
And that green is looming large as being potentially the key ball in this match now.
Just not his best strike through the ball, that one. Anything goes from here, doesn't it?
Yeah, all bets are off. What a match.
I mean, neither Mark Selby's read down the cushion, nor Mark Allen's shot from underneath the cushion were easy there, but both would get them more than they would miss them. Green is important ball. Both players will need that anyway. Doesn't really matter if he did get the green out. Quite well played. Looks to be a snooker. Such a good player at hitting snookers, but he couldn't control that red hitting the blue. It's not an easy cut to the middle. The red's kind of on the blue spot, so you've got the normal sort of feel for the shot. Or is he playing it into the bottom? His long game has been really on point today. There's another one. That's something I always associate with Mark Allen, but I tell you, it's been there.
13 out of 16 successfully achieved tonight for Allen.
Thank you.
And a lot of them very good ones. You know, not sometimes that stat can be misleading if there's object ball close to pockets, but hardly any of them have been like that.
For some time, though, the green has been the ball that looks likely to be decisive in this thriller. What a finish we're in store.
3.
Yeah, taking the yellow, it was the worst colour to take, really. Because if he's 10 in front on the green, it's a very misleading lead, because if you're 10 in front on the green, you still need 3 pots, but your opponent only needs 4. It's literally 1 ball difference. Well, it's a terrific effort. He played it with topspin and right-hand run inside. And yes, he's got an angle, but actually that works in his favour. Had he been left with a straighter shot, I don't know how it would have got on the brown. This is very well played. Just got to watch out that the blue doesn't get in the way here. Position on the brown. On the other side, but he's overdone it.
8.
And in his brown and blue. This is very difficult from here. He played it that side because of the point I was making about the blue. Rolling it in, possibly getting snookered behind it if he went down the right of the table. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. That is a fantastic shot under pressure.
And listen to the roar. Once again, Mark Allen showing his mettle when the pressure is at its greatest. This for the match. And it's there. And he knows the job is done.
Yeah, he's been very good tonight. The scoreline, 6-5, doesn't really flatter him. I think he's been the better player, never mind the 147, but the way that he's finished the match, his long game and break building, all of it, first class.
Mark Allen sets the seal on a night he will never forget. A 5th 147 in the history of the Masters. Just as importantly, a place in the semi-finals. For the 4th time, the 2018 champion has won an absolute thriller with Mark Selby. He's come from 4-1 behind to prevail in the decider.
What a night. What a night. What a comeback. The maximum that had everything.
Yeah, I don't know where that maximum came from because it was a really poor performance tonight, and I just hung in there, and I started to feel a little bit better at 4-3 and 4-all, but like Mark said yesterday in his interview, we should have just started at midnight and played one frame because it was always going to go 5-all.
But what a testament to your tenacity that you dug in there and hung on against a man who's won 22 ranking titles and the Masters 3 times to your 1 so far.
Yeah, well, that's all you can ever do is just hang in there. You never know how a match can change, and I was applying myself really well. I just couldn't find any rhythm, and as the match with Donna grew into it, but I would have been kicking myself if I'd lost after missing the easy red on 51. Completely took my eye off it, but any win against Mark's a good win, so I'll take that into tomorrow, but I'll need to play better.
And just back on the 147, what a moment. The whole place was electrified. That's got to be one of the standout moments of your career so far, in the context in which you've done it and the person in the other chair.
Yeah, absolutely. To do it here at the Masters, one of the Triple Crown events, it was very special. Wasn't the best cue ball in the world, but it made it more exciting for the crowd and a bit more nerve-wracking for me, but I'm glad I've finally done it for the fans.
On behalf of everyone here, it was a privilege to see that. And Mark Allen, we'll see you tomorrow night in the semis.
The Masters never fails to deliver high drama. Yet another example tonight. What a battle, what a match. A wonderful maximum break from Mark Allen, and perhaps even more significantly for him, keeping his hopes alive of a second Masters title. Only 11 players have won it more than once.